Delivering public works and services is a process that requires joint efforts and participation. We hear sounds that call people together. Introducing the Citizens Feedback Platform, a platform by OAG where citizens can inform the Office of the Auditor General on service delivery concerns. The Office of the Auditor General is the supreme audit institution of the Republic of Uganda, mandated by the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, to produce reliable and high-quality reports promoting good governance, transparency, and effective accountability in management and use of public resources. The New Uganda lives on the phone, where they share ideas, interact on a daily basis, and discuss matters of public interest: health, agriculture, water, lands, education, roads, infrastructures, electricity. The participation and information generated by citizens will help the Office of the Auditor General to follow up issues raised, thereby supporting the community. This application is easy to handle and is always in the palm of your hand. So, inform the OAG through the Citizens Feedback Platform and help build your community. Inform, engage, influence. CFP, an initiative of the Office of the Auditor General with support from GIZ. Delivering public works and services is a process that requires joint efforts and participation. We hear sounds that call people together. Introducing the Citizens Feedback Platform, a platform by OAG where citizens can inform the Office of the Auditor General on service delivery concerns. The Office of the Auditor General is the supreme audit institution of the Republic of Uganda, mandated by the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, to produce reliable and high-quality reports promoting good governance, transparency, and effective accountability in management and use of public resources. The New Uganda lives on the phone, where they share ideas, interact on a daily basis, and discuss matters of public interest: health, agriculture, water, lands, education, roads, infrastructures, electricity. The participation and information generated by citizens will help the Office of the Auditor General to follow up issues raised, thereby supporting the community. This application is easy to handle and is always in the palm of your hand. So, inform the OAG through the Citizens Feedback Platform and help build your community. Inform, engage, influence. CFP, an initiative of the Office of the Auditor General with support from GIZ. Delivering public works and services is a process that requires joint efforts and participation. We hear sounds that call people together. Introducing the Citizens Feedback Platform, a platform by OAG where citizens can inform the Office of the Auditor General on service delivery concerns. The Office of the Auditor General is the supreme audit institution of the Republic of Uganda, mandated by the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, to produce reliable and high-quality reports promoting good governance, transparency, and effective accountability in management and use of public resources. The new Uganda lives on the phone, where they share ideas, interact on a daily basis, and discuss matters of public interest: health, agriculture, water, lands, education, roads, infrastructures, electricity. The participation and information generated by citizens will help the Office of the Auditor General to follow up issues raised, thereby supporting the community. This application is easy to handle and is always in the palm of your hand. So, inform the OAG through the Citizens Feedback Platform and help build your community. Inform, engage, influence. CFP, an initiative of the Office of the Auditor General with support from GIZ. Delivering public works and services is a process that requires joint efforts and participation. We hear sounds that call people together. Introducing the Citizens Feedback Platform, a platform by OAG where citizens can inform the Office of the Auditor General on service delivery concerns. The Office of the Auditor General is the supreme audit institution of the Republic of Uganda, mandated by the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, to produce reliable and high-quality reports promoting good governance, transparency, and effective accountability in management and use of public resources. The new Uganda lives on the phone, where they share ideas, interact on a daily basis, and discuss matters of public interest: health, agriculture, water, lands, education, roads, infrastructures, electricity. The participation and information generated by citizens will help the Office of the Auditor General to follow up issues raised, thereby supporting the community. This application is easy to handle and is always in the palm of your hand. So, inform the OAG through the Citizens Feedback Platform and help build your community. Inform, engage, influence. CFP, an initiative of the Office of the Auditor General with support from GIZ. Delivering public works and services is a process that requires joint efforts and participation. We hear sounds that call people together. Introducing the Citizens Feedback Platform, a platform by OAG where citizens can inform the Office of the Auditor General on service delivery concerns. The Office of the Auditor General is the supreme audit institution of the Republic of Uganda, mandated by the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, to produce reliable and high-quality reports promoting good governance, transparency, and effective accountability in management and use of public resources. The New Uganda lives on the phone, where they share ideas, interact on a daily basis, and discuss matters of public interest: health, agriculture, water, lands, education, roads, infrastructures, electricity. The participation and information generated by citizens will help the Office of the Auditor General to follow up issues raised, thereby supporting the community. This application is easy to handle and is always in the palm of your hand. So, inform the OAG through the Citizens Feedback Platform and help build your community. Inform, engage, influence. CFP, an initiative of the Office of the Auditor General with support from GIZ. Delivering public works and services is a process that requires joint efforts and participation. We hear sounds that call people together. Introducing the Citizens Feedback Platform, a platform by OAG where citizens can inform the Office of the Auditor General on service delivery concerns. The Office of the Auditor General is the supreme audit institution of the Republic of Uganda, mandated by the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, to produce reliable and high-quality reports promoting good governance, transparency, and effective accountability in management and use of public resources. The New Uganda lives on the phone, where they share ideas, interact on a daily basis, and discuss matters of public interest: health, agriculture, water, lands, education, roads, infrastructures, electricity. The participation and information generated by citizens will help the Office of the Auditor General to follow up issues raised, thereby supporting the community. This application is easy to handle and is always in the palm of your hand. So, inform the OAG through the Citizens Feedback Platform and help build your community. Inform, engage, influence. CFP, an initiative of the Office of the Auditor General with support from GIZ. Delivering public works and services is a process that requires joint efforts and participation. We hear sounds that call people together. Introducing the Citizens Feedback Platform, a platform by OAG where citizens can inform the Office of the Auditor General on service delivery concerns. The Office of the Auditor General is the supreme audit institution of the Republic of Uganda, mandated by the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, to produce reliable and high-quality reports promoting good governance, transparency, and effective accountability in management and use of public resources. The New Uganda lives on the phone, where they share ideas, interact on a daily basis, and discuss matters of public interest: health, agriculture, water, lands, education, roads, infrastructures, electricity. The participation and information generated by citizens will help the Office of the Auditor General to follow up issues raised, thereby supporting the community. This application is easy to handle and is always in the palm of your hand. So, inform the OAG through the Citizens Feedback Platform and help build your community. Inform, engage, influence. CFP, an initiative of the Office of the Auditor General with support from GIZ.
Once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to each and every one of you. We gathered here together this afternoon by the Advocates Coalition for Environment and Development, ACORD, and CSBAG. CSBAG has been auditing budgets for as long as you can remember, and this is an annual event where ACORD, for many years now, in partnership with CSBAG and others, have been putting us together to do a post-budget presentation dialogue, a high-level post-budget presentation dialogue. We live streaming. For those, we have an audience that is online following us. We have an audience that is here, yourselves. I did run you through the activities for this afternoon. It's only fair that we start now. I'm going to request that in honor of our country, we all stand and sing to the national anthem. And then after that, we will have a prayer. And after the prayer, we will have welcome remarks from the Executive Director at ACORD and from the Executive Director at CSBAG. And I will announce what will follow. So we welcome officials from the Ministry of Finance who are already here. You're most welcome. Various civil society leaders, other government officials, you're most welcome. Let's stand in honor of our nation and sing to the national anthem. Thank you very much. Could you remain standing and ask Leah else Kahunde to give us a short word of prayer?
Let us humble ourselves for prayer. Our Father God, we thank you for this blessed day. We thank you for gathering us here to discuss matters of the nation. We pray for your blessed hand upon us and those who are going to discuss. In the name of Jesus, I pray. Amen.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I said that we are live streaming this event. The Wi-Fi name is GCHBQ1. The username is MR in small letters 4, MR4, and the password is UG at M capital GRATN2. You have those on your tables, so just check on your table and save your data for now, and but be able to communicate with the rest of the world that we're having a dialogue here on the budget, the national budget for the financial year 2024-25. May I now, without wasting much time, invite Dr. Arthur Benumja, Executive Director at ACCORD, to come and make welcome remarks. Dr. Benumja, I request that once you're finished with your remarks, invite your colleague, Julius, to also speak to us. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, Charles Paji. The permanent secretary and secretary of the treasury, in absentia, understand is on the way. My colleague, Julius Mukunda, executive director, CS Bag. The technical officers from Ministry of Finance, leaders of civil society organizations present, the media flatante, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let me take this opportunity to welcome each one of us to this high-level policy dialogue on the budget, financial year 2024-2025, whose theme is transforming challenges into opportunities, prioritizing economic growth with a focus on people-centered budget outcomes. Under the Budget Transparency Initiative, BTI, ACCORD works in partnership with CS Bag, ODI, and Ministry of Finance, promote budget transparency and budget accountability in this country. We've done this. We have organized this dialogue over time. And the main objective of these dialogues that we have done over time is to popularize the budget, is to share information about the budget to as many Ugandans as possible, to increase citizens' understanding and awareness of the budget so that they can hold their leaders to account. This is intended to reduce the leakages of the budget, to improve service delivery in our country, and unless the citizens understand the budget and are able to scrutinize it and demand from the elected leaders, largely elected leaders and the technocrats, then service delivery can go down. So I want to thank Minister of Finance, ODI and CS Bag for a job well done for a long time. I know that our work is not in vain. Uganda has ranked well in budget transparency and accountability, largely on transparency, but less on accountability, because we still have challenges of leakages. But ladies and gentlemen, we are here to fulfill that noble duty of sensitizing and creating awareness. And thank you for coming here. And I'm happy we have another audience that are watching us and are learning us and are learning and are listening from us to know what is in their budget. And the PS who is on the program give us a keynote address to give us very detailed ingredients of our budget. Ladies and gentlemen, our economy has been doing well comparatively. I understand in the region, we have done well as a country. Our economy on average, we can talk of growing at an average rate 5.5, but by the end of this financial year at 6%. Now, we are rivaled by Kenya. Kenya has been growing at 5.6, Tanzania 5.4. So you can see that Uganda at 6% has been a leader, only beaten by Rwanda that grew at 8%. So I want to congratulate our Minister of Finance, the PSST, and the officers at Finance, and of course civil society, Bank of Uganda, for keeping our economy afloat and actually growing when actually the rest of the world economies have not made it, are not doing well. So can you give them a round of applause? I have been told that we also need to look at the bright side and appreciate our people, motivate them to do more. And I think I want to congratulate the Minister of Finance and his team for keeping our economy. It could have gone down. Ladies and gentlemen, our budget is the financial year 2024-25 is 72.1 trillion Uganda shillings, and it's one of the biggest budget. I understand we have a bigger budget than Tanzania, and that is good. But it faces a number of challenges that we need to work together to be able to roll back those challenges, to be able to improve service delivery, grow our economy, improve standards of living for our people. One of the challenges that are likely to affect our budget is climate change, which is real. And I'm happy also that NEMA has now finally gotten courage. It's like Munera and Peters of Brad, that finally Munera got courage to act. And I have seen NEMA acting in Uruvigi, and I want to advise Ugandans to allow NEMA do its work. We have been saying they have been silent, they are weak, but now they are acting, then you have people condemning them. If we do not work on climate change adaptation and mitigation, all the economic gains can be easily washed away. As you have seen in Bududa, you've seen the rising levels of Lake Victoria, we can miss the point. So we need to act smart and decisively on restoring the degraded areas. And actually, specifically now, we need also, beyond the lakes, we need rivers that are also being degraded. If you went to Rivarizi in Western Uganda, Rukochi and others, very degraded. And of course, that reverses our our pace of development. The budget also should be mindful of regional and global geopolitical tensions. The war in Ukraine, we cannot forget about it. The war, the instability in the Congo can easily also bring us, cause us distortions. I also, another challenge, of course, is the debt servicing. While the Minister of Finance tells us that it is manageable, but I think we need to be very, very, very careful in the way we are contracting our debt and the way we are managing or servicing our debt. There are challenges there, and my colleague Julius Mkunda will expound on that, because that remains a challenge if we have non-performing loans that actually whose interests are accruing to our country. Of course, fluctuations of global commodities, but also, of course, corruption. It remains a serious threat to our economy, to our security, to our survival. And I'm glad that the government is taking serious and decisive decisions dealing with the root of corruption. I think for a long time, we've wanted to see decisive actions, because While corruption cannot be eradicated, it can be hit to keep it at least underground, that we should never meet the corruption on the streets of Kampala and shake its hands. Corruption must hide wherever it is, so that we are able to improve the quality of lives of our people. So I'm happy, and I think, ladies and gentlemen, let us also applaud the president for what he's doing with our MPs. My own prayer is that they will be tried, they will face a due process of law, and if found guilty, they pay. Yeah, but I think, you know, it is reducing the sanctity of the parliament, that the parliament has become transactionary, is actually a threat to democracy. You can have a universal who respect a parliament that actually changes the budget for its own interests. Their job is oversight, approval, but not to allocate to themselves. So I leave it because they will be produced in the courts of law. Now, I want to also thank the minister and the PSST because of their investment to restore about 42,450 hectares of degraded land I've already talked about, and they have put money to that effect. A final point I want to appreciate the ministry is about and the government is the PDM. That the PDM is, for me, one of those very important vehicles that is intended to lift about 39% of our people that outside the money economy, bring them into the economy, in the money economy. I think it's a fundamental achievement. Now, the challenge is the implementation. And I wish the Minister of Local Government are here to tell us, because there's also a lot of corruption. People have been receiving 600,000, 500,000 instead of 1 million. That is earmarked for them. And because of the still ignorance, lack of awareness, people still clap because they think it's free money. And I've been told in Guru, a lady received her money, bought a mattress, bought a music system, said for the first time I also have gotten government money. But you know, they are supposed to pay back so that it rolls over to other people. So there is still lack of awareness, and the Ministry of Local Government and indeed the Secretariat for the PDM needs to work hard. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, I represent here Accord from Accord, Advocates Coalition for Development and Environment. We remain committed as members of BTI, Budget Transparency Initiative, promote transparency and accountability in the budget process. And what we bring here is evidence-based research, is honesty and integrity. So I look forward to very frank, honest discussions from this audience, which can help us to advise government to lift our people out of poverty and give confidence to our people. Thank you very much for listening to me, for God and my country. And on that note, let me invite Mr. Julius Mukunda, Executive Director, CSBAG, to give us a position paper of civil society on the budget. Mr. Julius, can you receive him?
Thank you, Arthur. Thank you, Accord. For partnering with CSBAG for quite some time, as we try to see how our government can collect money fairly, but can also spend this money fairly. They are simple words, but extremely very difficult when it comes to the details. I also take the opportunity to thank Ministry of Finance for this partnership for quite some time. We have been working with them for a long way for purposes of promoting budget transparency and accountability in the country. Today, we again share with you our perspective on the budget. We are also glad that we will be having the PSST joining us. I was telling him that it's going to be his maiden speech because he has never met civil society organizations to really deal with them. So when he comes in, you will allow me, I will stop a bit so that he can be able to address us. He's currently attending to an urgent matter and we cannot understand. The budget is coming to an end and a new one is coming, but we'll be glad that he can step in. So briefly about CSBAG and Accord, the CSBAG, we're a coalition of 100 organizations formed in 2024. And our vision is a Uganda with a people-centered budget that dignifies humanity, and we work towards ensuring that resource mobilization, allocation, and utilization is inclusive and transformative Uganda, and Accord is an independent public policy research and advocacy think tank based in Uganda, working in East and Southern African regions on a wide range of public policy issues. And the core business is policy research, analysis, outreach, and capacity building. Their vision is an inclusive, sustainable, and prosperous Africa. And their mission is to make public policy work for the people. So that's who we are. So how do I start this? A few facts. We've been working so hard to make the budget more transparent in this country. And how are we faring? The recently released Open Budget Index survey shows that in terms of transparency, we are still at 58, at least we didn't go back to 57. No, I mean 59. I think that's a very good mark. One mark is very important. We are only missing 2 marks to provide adequate information to the public, and we hope we can do that. And we did not do that because probably ourselves and the Budget Transparency Initiative team, we uploaded our citizens' budget late, but we would, if we had done that, I'm very sure we would have done better. In terms of oversight, and this especially the OAG and Parliament. And really at this point, I would like to thank OAG for helping us to really push our mark from 59 to 67. Please give them a clap. And what does this mean? It means that OAG now consults the public on how they conduct their audit. And CSBAG is happy and glad to partner with them as they try to promote platforms that can increase citizens' participation and engagement with the Auditor General's office. In terms of participation, this is where we have a very big problem. By the way, all these marks are out of 100. In terms of participation, public participation in the budget process is where we have a problem. We have been declining since 2019. We are now at 15. This is not a good mark, and yet we've tried so hard to open the space and work so hard. This is an area that is that we've challenged ourselves with the Minister of Finance, with the Parliament, so that we can see how this mark can definitely be able, improve. I will quickly go to, we need to understand how our neighbors are doing before we begin to either praise ourselves or blame ourselves. So in terms of the East African region, we have realized that that when it comes to growth, Kenya is still very dominant. It has maintained 5.6, and we are currently at 5.2, but we are projecting to go to 6%, which I think is good. But the bitter part is that at least growth is coming back. Growth rates we are bounding back to what we do. In terms of inflation, Kenya continues to have the highest headline inflation at 5.1, followed by Uganda, and Tanzania has the lowest. So you can go to Kenya and sell your goods and services. Probably the kaunga there, the price might be slightly higher than in Uganda. So that's very key and very important. In terms of interest rates, Uganda has the highest lending rates in the region for private sector, this is to understand. And you definitely see that in terms of commercial lending rates, Uganda, we are still the highest. We are followed by Kenya, and Tanzania is the lowest. So what is the magic and what is the trick? In terms of central bank rates, the rates at which the bank of the central bank set their interest rates. As of May, Kenya had the highest bank rate of 13%, and Uganda had 10.5, and Tanzania 5.5. Tanzania is so low. I don't know how these guys are managing. It's so low, the inflation is so low, the interest rates are so low. So it is something I think for us as a country in Uganda, we need to learn, and also we need to understand how we can, anything can learn from there. When it comes to budgets, we found out that Kenya has the biggest budget, 30 billion, if you put it in dollars, followed by Uganda, 19.3 billion, and then followed by Tanzania. Our budget is bigger than Tanzania this financial year. But when it comes to domestic financing, how we are financing our budgets, we are finding that Kenya, with the biggest budget, still finances its budget. When I say it's financing, it means domestically financing. The amount of money it raises, it's domestically financed budget. It finances 83.5% of its entire budget before borrowing. Tanzania finances 70.1% of its budget before borrowing. And Uganda, we finance 44.3% of our budget. So that's something we need to learn and see how can we really improve our domestic resource mobilization. Because this goes a long way to determine our debt sustainability issues. Specifically for Uganda, I think we had talked about this. We can say our growth is coming back. We hope growth will come with revenues. Growth should come with employment. Growth should also come with happiness, because you can be rich and also you find yourself extremely very angry and hungry. That's what we talk about. In terms of exchange rate, the shilling has stabilized, but still at a higher rate. But still the range of between 3,600 and to 3,800 as of now. We think it is something that Bank of Uganda really has tried to manage. We pride ourselves in Uganda. We are in charge of, we know how to control inflation. In this country, when inflation comes, we bring all the guns. And in a very short time, it must go down and get disciplined back to where it is supposed to be, below the target of 5%. And as you can see, that's why it has been. It's becoming a bit stubborn by going up, but we know the rains have come back. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall produce more and definitely stabilize below 5%. And it is very important. We don't need to take these things for granted, ladies and gentlemen, because they do affect the way the cost of doing business in this country, but also marketing and pricing of our commodities. Trade deficit, it narrows, it expands, but as you can see is that the downward graph, we should be above 100, we start getting some surpluses. But as you can see, if we compare January 2023 to April now, you can see that the deficit, trade deficit has slightly increased. But on a monthly basis, we see that, for example, early March, we're in 403 billion, but now we are in 309 million. So we need to export more. That's what it means. We need to export value products. You know, instead of selling kasoli, which is just grain, we can send kaunga. Instead of sending eggs, we can send pasteurized eggs. That's adding value to the products we have. We can be able to close this gap. For private sector credit, what the conclusion we are having on this one is that we still have here in this country, personal loan and household loans take they take the biggest share. So we borrow to pay school fees, for example. you can actually even borrow to buy food. But probably your counterpart is borrowing to start a factory. That's the difference that we are having. So if we talk about growth, if we talk about employment, if we talk about increased production, we need to see how agriculture, manufacturing can actually uptake more loans, because that's where we can have more leverage and more returns. So it is very important and critical that government policies help us to move to that. In terms of our budget for next year, 2024-2025, these are the sources of financing. We have a 72 trillion budget, and these are the sources of financing. We are seeing that domestic revenues at 44.9%, budget support, domestic financing, domestic refinancing, project support. But again, I think for me, my major area here is on domestic domestic revenues, because we need to ensure that that blue becomes bigger than any other share there. You remember what I told you about Kenya and Tanzania, because for them, for Kenya, that blue is 83%. But you can see ours is smaller. So what do we need to do to ensure that that 44% increases to 83%? It's a huge task that we need to do, expand, and a number of things can be done, especially ensuring that each and every person pays their fair share of taxes. I don't know if you have heard about the cow tax, for example. It's something that probably we need to think about. So that's where money is coming from. And all these have implications in terms of how we finance our budget, and also in terms of where this money is going to come from. Because if we cannot find our own budget, then we are likely to get into debt. Over the years, this has been our revenue performance. I think the most important part to notice is that despite not hitting targets all the time, we seem to see that there has been growth in revenue collections. Because if you look at 2018-19, we had 16 trillion, 0.3 to collect. I mean, we collected 16.6 trillion, but if you come to 2023-2024, we are in 29. So there is growth in terms of collecting revenue. And I think that is very important, especially in terms of administration, checks that have been put in place, but maybe also on being very hard on us to pay. That is also another area that you want to look out for. But I think a lot of work has been done here. We can even still do more better, so that at least we can enhance revenue performance. Our budget has also been increasing over some time. And we can see that for this particular financial year, our budget is likely to increase by 20 trillion, jumping from 52 trillion to 72 trillion. And between me and you is where we're going to get all this money to finance the budget. And I think that's where the question is, on whether we have the capacity first to collect all this money, but actually whether we have the capacity to spend all this money. Also, that's the other important element that we need to understand and discuss this. In terms of program allocations, we see human capital development, where education and health are. They are taking the biggest chunk of the budget, 26.3%, followed by governance and security, 24%, and also others, up to mineral development. In terms of mineral development, getting 41.6 billion, which is 0.1%. So it's important to know the shares of these sectors, but also to know the value. Because if we sing and say tourism is a hot cake for Uganda, and then you give tourism 404 billion for a whole financial year, maybe it is something we want to think about and see how well we can do the reallocations. If you say agriculture is the backbone of the economy, and then you give it 1.6 trillion, maybe it is something we want to debate and think about it. But that's how the allocations are, and that's how we are going to go with. So based on that, we've been trying to dig into the budget to see if there are any opportunities that an ordinary person might want to think about, or business people, small and medium enterprises might want to situate themselves to benefit from this budget. For heaven's sake, it has been passed. That's what we have. Let's prepare ourselves to benefit from it. I have been in talk show and somebody was telling me, how will I benefit? And I'm like, get out of your bedroom, go and get a new idea on how you can get PDM money, because PDM money won't find you in your bedroom. So we took time to look at a few things. And one of the things we're looking out for, of course, is that there are some expenditures on investing in human capital, expenditures on peace and security, transport, railway, wealth creation, and maintain existing infrastructure. But specifically for boosting household incomes, we realized that Youth Livelihood Program has been allocated 8.7 billion. Women specifically, they have a growth program of 824 billion. The PWDs have 13.5 billion. The older persons, 5 billion. And of course, we have the PDM, the Juakali enterprise, and also the Emyoga with there's $1 trillion for PDM, 100 billion for Juakali, no, for Emyoga, and then 3 billion for Juakali. So these are monies that the government has put in place, and we ask our youth, we ask the elderly people to position themselves to be able to benefit from this budget. In terms of health, we see allocations to Uganda Heart Institute, 57 billion. We see allocations to Cancer Institute, 38 billion. We see 20 billion for the rehabilitation of general hospitals. We see 567 billion for essential medicines and health supplies. That is national medical stores. But also we see 26 billion for primary health care services. And I think for me, this is critical in terms of dealing with service delivery. For education, we are seeing 38 primary schools will be built, but also we are seeing 14 billion towards the revolving expansion of 36 secondary schools. We are seeing 4.9 billion for instructional materials. We are seeing 28.4 billion for TVET and definitely many others. So why am I laboring to do all this? Because is that as civil society, when we are here, we need to know these amounts and we need to be able to follow them up, because it is now our opportunity to begin monitoring how the budget is going to be implemented. There are so many other opportunities. The private sector, there is the SGR, as you recall properly, is that we only have one route to Kenya. And without this, without the railway, it becomes a bit of a challenge. 144 billion for district, urban, and community access roads. And then you heard one day the president says that the roads in the villages are better than even in Kampala. So that is something that is coming up. We are also seeing 8.2 billion for museum and heritage sites. We are seeing 12.7 billion for the source of the Nile. This is money for tourism, especially for the source of the Nile. And I think that there was also funding for Rwenzori, improving the infrastructure in Rwenzori. Yes, 11.2 billion for tourism infrastructure in Rwenzori, especially for our tourists who come to visit the Rwenzori area. You'll also find private sector development of industrial parks. We hope this time this money is not going to be shared. As you recall, is that Some of this money for industrial park alone was done, and then people decided to sit down and share what was remaining, 500 million. 550 billion for capitalization of agricultural credit facility, support farmers, but also agro-processors. So for those who are interested in commercial farming, the ACF has been also capitalized, but also capitalization of Uganda Development Bank to be able to provide credit for our businesses. Government has an ambitious plan of a tenfold growth anchored on three major areas. That is agro-industrialization, tourism, mineral development, science and technology. We believe it is possible. But you have to do things differently, not the way we do them all the time. Because if you set a target which is extremely very high, you definitely need to do things differently. For us, we believe that to do that, you need to double your growth from 6% to 12%. To double this growth, I mean, a lot of things must change. Maybe you need also to double your budget. But you need to increase financing to the above programs, the 4 programs, on an average of 1.6 billion Ugandan shillings for next 15 years. Maintain a micro stability inflation of 5%. But you also need to put in factors such as environment, like my brother Arthur has said, because environmental change risks are real, and therefore we need to ensure that we take them into consideration. So it's a huge task for us as government of Uganda. It can be done, but we must fundamentally change the way we deliver our work to be able to achieve the 10-fold growth target. To achieve the budget outcomes, I think one of the areas is to address our increasing public debt situation. Because you saw in the previous slides where I was showing that we are only contributing around 44% of our entire budget. That means the other budget, we are borrowing resources. But also is that it's just not about the number, that we are at 53%, we are at 97 trillion. It's about the impact the debt has on you. And you'll find out that you start paying more in interest rates, and yet that money would have really done something on the ground. So to achieve the targets in the budget outcomes, we need to deal with the situation of debt. I think for me, I'm beyond whether we are sustainable or not. Me, I'm on the question of we need to address this monster before it becomes unsustainable. That's my take on this. But we are glad that the government has seen this. We are glad that the government has realized that the challenge that we're likely to face with our debt situation. And also, they have put now in place mechanism to tackle this challenge, to ensure that we can only borrow money from concessional loans. That's concessional borrowing. I think that's very, very important. We avoid domestic borrowing because that crowds out private sector. But also we borrow for infrastructure investments. The business of us borrowing to pay salaries and also to pay operations should stop. We borrow to ensure that that road, that bridge, that hospital is going to be finished and to be finished on time. So that's one area I think for us we think is very, very important for us to be able to achieve the budget outcomes that we have. The second area where we need to address in terms to ensure that we get the budget outcomes we want is on expanding our domestic resource mobilization. As you can see, we contribute a very small portion of our entire budget. We would be proud to be like the Kenyans, 83%, and we can do that. But we can only do that if we expand our efforts. And here we have 2 major recommendations. One is that URA should make partnerships to streamline collections that is within local government and competent private players. URA will never collect taxes from all the border points of Uganda. It's impossible. But working with districts that have got borders, could be easier for URA to collect this money. Urban centers in this country, all of them have got property registers. Working with urban centers in this country, urban center can collect property tax at the same time rental tax at an arrangement with Uganda Revenue Authority. And we believe that it is possible that it can be done. So that at least every person, wherever we are, we can be able to contribute to the national basket. It's quite very important. The other element is to improve our public investment management. And I think that despite the work we have done on ensuring that we improve this particular area, where we have strengthened our development committee, have an integrated bank of projects, enhanced monitoring of projects and programs, there is a lot to be done. And for me, I think with this is that if you cannot spend money on time and on budget, it becomes a challenge to realize the benefits of the loans that we are acquiring. Like the minister said, when he's going to ask for a loan, that he's treated like a child in his maiden speech. It's not easy when the government is looking for these loans. But it is sad that after getting them, then we can't be able to spend them. 14.4 trillion is undisbursed loans. We know that. We should have a strategy to ensure that we reduce that figure. It comes down. So, and the Auditor General has put a pen to this. We know in the last audit, funds for 28 sampled project worth 770 billion failed to absorb 118 billion. So really, why is it happening? It is happening because one is politics, because you want the road to go to my area, you want a borehole in my area, you want a school in my area, and it influences the way we do these things. But at the same time is the issue of land in this country, the land question must be sorted out. If it is not sorted out, these projects are not going to be built in the air. We are going to continue having these problems. Because we know that there are individuals who will say, even if you give me $1 trillion, I don't want your compensation. So the project is stuck. But we also know those who say, oh, the project is coming through my land, I need $1 trillion also, which we don't have. The project becomes very expensive. In that way, we take 2, 3, 5 years negotiating with the owner of that property. There must be a way of ensuring that the rights of the property owner is respected, but also development takes place. So that's very key and also very, very important for us to be able to do this type of work. The other one is to avoid risky investments, because the little money we have, if we could also try to ensure that we put it in areas where we know we are sure of returns. We know it's now an open secret that the Presidential Banana Initiative is almost a ghost project. But time and again, we are sinking in resources. There is that moment in life when you say, this is a rose, and you leave it, and then you move on, you start something else. I think this is the time we need to think about in those particular areas. Ruowa is another area. We know it is our monster here. We are wondering how to grapple with it. And these guys are not taking little money. 475 billion, Ugandan shillings. So we can list so many of these. Then at the same time, we say we don't have money to pay our intern doctors, for example. That would be sad. So avoiding this risk venture investment, I think for me is very good. And we have already provided alternatives and said, if there is a company that wants government support, let us put in place guidelines on how to support them. Because governments across the country support private sector. They bail them out. But the difference is they have got guidelines on how to bail them out. So that my colleague from Koboko, if he wants to be bailed out and he has a small shop, They know where to go and what to do also to get that bail money, not only for the big girls and boys in town. The other element we need to avoid is budgeting for corruption. And two cases here, which I have already mentioned, is that, when we say budgeting for corruption, is that now we are trying to make the system, the legal system, provide a legal framework on how you can actually use public money for your private work. And nobody questions it because it is illegal. You go to court, you will lose a case. That's how it is. So if this pen is 1,000 and the government in the budget it is 20,000, they will go ahead and procure at 20,000 and you will not complain. That is corruption. When you see people now sitting down, look at a contract, a loan contract that has got a commission on it, which they put there, and then they share the money, it is illegal, by the way. If you go to court, you won't. But it is immoral. It's unacceptable that you, in the situation that we are currently in. So we really need to shape up and fix the system so that we put some logic on how resources can be spent, so that those who need it the most can get it first. You cannot put in the budget because you're a very important person so that we can buy your wardrobe. I mean, it is illegal. It is in the budget. It has been appropriated. So you find that there are measures that have been now crafted to ensure that resources are put in plans, resources are budgeted for, resources are also appropriated. That's why our friend MP is trying to censure the commissioners of parliament. They are saying, but you passed this money during the budget debate. So why are you complaining? So those are the things we are trying to fight for. What should be in the budget must definitely address the challenges that we face as a country. So as I wind up, what is it for us to do as civil society organization and as citizens of Uganda? I think for me it's important that we really take seriously the way government collects and spends money by monitoring. Because as long as we stay in our houses and say, if you are government, I can tell you by the time you get out, you will not find anything. So it's quite very important that we use the platforms that have been put in place by government, because we've engaged the government in so many ways on how we can effectively engage it. Let us effectively engage government. That health center in your area is yours. The MP will never use it. So if it doesn't function, it is not his problem. It is actually your problem. The primary school, the water points. So let us ensure that they function and that monies that are utilized effectively. We are happy that we have a budget website. That's an incredible way to access budget information, that you can know how much money has been budgeted for your sub-county and for your school. This is incredible. We can use that information to be able to do that. We're even now happy that we have Auditor General on our side. When you say, but this road, the way I look at it, probably it was not finished well. It can inform the Auditor General that probably next time he's going to audit. He wants maybe this time around not to stop at looking at the papers, but maybe visiting the road that you talked about. So we need to be vigilant. We can't sit and say, be our government. We need to engage our leaders. How many of us have called a member of parliament to tell him, please go and sign that petition in parliament? How many of us have the telephone numbers of the chairperson, your councillor in the area, your chief administrative officer? Because we need to be vigilant. If we don't, it will be our government. But also we need to speak out issues which we think are distorting budgeting and planning. Because I can tell you is that politics is at the center of these things. So if we leave politics to manage these things, the result, then we can't complain if we don't want to ensure that the right things have been done. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. And it was a pleasure making this presentation on behalf of Accord and CSO.
Can you give another big round of applause to Julius Mukunda? We missed the one for Dr. Arthur Vainomidisha, so can we give it to him now? Thank you, Julius. I let you roll on for a little longer because I think what you're doing was to really break down the budget and locate each one of us in it and ask fundamental questions on how we find ourselves in that budget, which questions we need to ask, who we need to ask those questions, and for those smart enough or smarter than us to be able to find how they can benefit from it if they provide some supplies to government. I'd like amidst us to recognize some members. Each and every one of you is very important here, but because of one reason or the other, I'd like to mention some of these names of people amidst us. We have a man they call DP. He's been missing in action for a long time, but he used to run he was, I think at one time, the youngest minister, one of the youngest ministers in Museveni's government in many years ago. Then he ran a security operation in the country, and then he did an audit of parliament. DP is David Purcell, ED at AFRI. DP, you're most welcome. Good to see you here. We have Miss Margaret Kakande. Miss Margaret, if you could stand up for a moment for recognition. I'm sure she doesn't need a lot of introduction, but people who need to get closer to DP's table and find out who she is and what she does. Mamtaz Ismail. Mamtaz, you're most welcome. We'll be having you come to speak to us in a few minutes here. Patrick Kichoncho Katabazi. Where are you seated? Yes, Patrick, you're most welcome. That one is a tax expert. Patrick Tumwebaze, Uganda Debt Network. Patrick, I think you owe us something. When you started campaigning for debt, or against debt many years ago at Uganda Debt Network, we have run through 7 rounds of debt forgiveness. Highly indebted poor countries, HIPIC, and our debt is growing. So I don't know, maybe you'll speak to us at some time. Miss Angela Kasule, ED ISA. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome amidst us the Permanent Secretary and Secretary to the Treasury, Mr. Ramadan Gobi. Mr. PS, we're glad that you made it. We know the challenges that you have and the busy schedule that you're running. So now that you're here, we can be comfortable that we can discuss this budget better than we had. We're trying to make sure that we run this program the best way we could, but now that you're here, we are confident that we'll have a good discussion. We have from still Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Mamis Wanyera. I hope I get that right. So Wanyera? Well, Ms. Wanyera. Timothy Okware from URSB, Uganda Registration Services Bureau. Where is Timothy? If you don't find where Timothy is, they might deregister your company because you haven't updated it. URSB has been aggressive about that. Dr. Nalere at IPA. Dr. Nalere, where's Dr. Nalere? Okay. Robert Wamala from Uganda Revenue Authority. Uganda Revenue Authority is running a very aggressive campaign to make sure they collect every coin that belongs to the government of Uganda. Charles Okolong. Where is Charles? Charles Okolong? Okay, maybe around. Ali Tagole from Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. You're most welcome, sir. You'll be speaking to us. Agnes Kisembo from UN Women. Where's Agnes? UN Women. Okay, I'll read out a few other names as we move along. Now that we have PS here, Okay, I did introduce Mumtaz Ismail. If you could come and speak to us, I'll give you 3 minutes. 3 minutes, make your presentation, then I'll have the PSST come here and speak to us. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. I'm Mumtaz Ismail from Office of the Auditor General. Mine is to introduce to you the CFP, which is a citizens feedback platform. You've seen the videos. I'll ask them to play the videos as our colleagues go on to the floor to help you upload the CFP. Thank you. Well, as they play the videos, CFP is a citizens feedback platform that actually allows the Auditor General to link up with the citizens. So in there, we get the issues and integrate them into the audit report. So we've been receiving issues. You've been submitting the issues. Thank you very much. But again, still, we need more issues from you. So as Mr. Mukunde previously said, we need your participation, and that's why we are here today. Kindly upload the platform onto your phones and let's hear from you. That project in your village, that road, that health center, kindly let us know about it. By you telling us about the project, we will also come out, audit it, and in a way or the other, you'll benefit your own society and community, and in the end of it all, the country. The video, please. Thank you. We have all the replays on our tables. Kindly look at those replays and upload the CFP platform. And let's have the video for the uploading of the CFP, please.
Delivering public works and that requires joint efforts and participation. Introducing the Citizens Feedback Platform, a platform by OAG where citizens can inform the office of the auditor and start speaking concept. The office of the auditor is a scheme of audit institution of the Republic that mandated by the Constitution of the Republic of 1990 to produce how to download and use the CFP app. Visit the Google Play Store or App Store and download the OAG's feedback platform. You can choose to register as an informer or report anonymously. A registered user will not be able to make corrections. Once logged in, Either as a registered or an user, you can then provide your feedback. Click on the plus sign to add your feedback. And then you get click on the service and you want to inform that products. State your issue, share your area details, and add your GPS location plus attachments. The Rush Cover page. You can also upload documents from your phone or make an audio call. Click on Finish to submit. Inform, engage, influence, speak actively, and initiative from the Office of the Auditor General with support from CSO.
Thank you. We'll be on the floor to take you through the CFP. Kindly engage so you can influence, and let's change Uganda. Thank you.
So we can help the Office of the Auditor General point to places that things have not gone right with this app. Mr. PSST, allow me to now invite you to come and address us, and I request you to do 3 functions. Number 1 is you give us your official opening remarks and declare this high-level dialogue open. Number 2 is launch this CFP. And number 3 is give us your keynote address. After that, I'll ask you to stay here so that the members here can ask you a few questions and we have an interaction. Thank you, sir. It's unfair when we choose to give a hand clap to give it like the weatherman. Huh? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The MC, all of the colleagues, senior government officials, the executive directors of the various civil society organizations. I've seen a number of leaders, present and former, of different entities. My colleagues from academia, various private sector players who could be here, of course, the media, and all of you, ladies and gentlemen, the participants. Good afternoon. It's already evening. Good evening to you. First, apologies for coming in a little late. Actually, today we've understood the depth of relationship we are having with the civil society. I wouldn't be here, but I've tried. I'm sure if someone saw me, someone somewhere, I hope none of these televisions is live. They shouldn't see me here. But I had to come because this is my meeting. We work very closely with the civil society organization, Arthur and Julius and your colleagues. Thank you for the support that you give government by holding us accountable. The support is in holding government accountable, because without civil society, vibrant civil society, as well as media, a lot of things that happen in government perhaps would not have happened. It is the civil society, it's the media that keep most of us awake to ensure that we deliver what we are supposed to do when we are in government. I I was assigned by my minister to come and represent him. I have his speech. I had to deliver a keynote address. And now this man is giving me more tasks. I'm going to perform all of them. And I will perform all of them in the 20 minutes I have. First of all, the laws of Uganda, especially those which guide budget framing and budget execution, particularly the Public Finance Management Act of 2015 as amended, they require government to prepare the budget in consultation with the relevant stakeholders, taking into account the consideration of balanced development. We need development across the country, gender and equity responsiveness, and ensuring that all citizens of Uganda are heard. We don't just listen to them, but they are heard, and their views are included in the budget. So I'm very glad, and I would like to thank the budget transparency partners who have partnered with government through the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to engage all of the citizens of Uganda to participate in the budget process. Specifically, I would want to very much thank both the executive directors of Accord and CSBAG for not only organizing this function, because I think some of you guys, you are happy with them for organizing the function in which we can come together and engage, but for continuously working with us to make the budget of Uganda more inclusive and transparent. As you recall, my minister, when he was presenting this budget last week, he identified a number of things in the budget, themes which have been catered for, and announced them for nearly every citizen in Uganda. I hope there is nobody in this room who never had themselves in the budget. If you are there, I would like to know you fall under which category, and the next time we make sure that we also include that category. The theme of this dialogue, which focuses on transforming the challenges into opportunities, while at the same time prioritizing growth with a focus on people-centered outcomes, is consistent with the theme of our budget for next year. The biggest constraint to our social transformation in Uganda has been focusing our efforts on identifying challenges instead of also looking at opportunities, which usually they are at our disposal, they are in front of us, but because our minds are so much on the challenges, sometimes we fail to seize them. I would like to call upon all of us, Ugandans, to start stating the opportunities, not only stating the problems. I know in school and us, there are some colleagues from academia. Stop teaching Ugandans for only identifying problems. Statement of the problem. Every thesis you write, statement of the problem is the first. What about statement of the opportunity? So that we can look at these opportunities and balance them. Of course, challenges are very important to identify, but our mindset should not be always fixed on them. We should as well look at how do we get the opportunities. As you are aware, the 72.1 trillion shilling budget, which was approved by Parliament and already presented to the country by my minister, has a theme of full monetization of the economy of Uganda through commercial agriculture, industrialization, services, as well as digital transformation and market access. It's a mouthful of a theme because itself is targeting inclusiveness. All of the things I've mentioned there is what constitutes the Ugandan economy. Our main target now in Uganda is how do we get all Ugandans to at least participate in one of those areas we've mentioned: commercial agriculture, industrialization, services, including our digital transformation and market access. If we could do, all of us, embrace one of those or a couple of them, of those areas, trust me, we'll build a very robust economy. We shall live better lives. This budget, as the minister told you, is the last we are going to implement under NDP 3. Next budget we shall be presenting will be anchored on another plan. NDP 3 is gone. And also, it is going to be a budget which is anchored on a government strategy of growing the economy tenfold by accelerating our growth driven by 4 major sectors. Again, agro-industrialization, tourism development, mineral development, including oil and gas, and then science, technology, and innovation. Let all of us Ugandans understand that this is where the immediate future is. If you are engaging in one of those 4 areas, you are likely to tap into the opportunities created by government in those areas. The budget, therefore, reflects the need to have all-inclusive economy, where, among others, all Ugandans that are still stuck in subsistence economy are fully integrated into the money economy, focusing on the opportunities where the economy has a comparative advantage. And those are the areas which have been modeled by the experts. The financing, how are we going to finance this big budget? Because some Ugandans have said, this is a very big budget. When I find friends, where are you going to get all of these trillions? Are you going to kill us with the taxes? Are you not? Are you found the presenter, my good friend, Mangusha, talking about debt? Are we going to borrow ourselves into problems? No. The financing strategy of this budget was also well highlighted by the minister. I hope all of us, we understood it. The first major source of the money is going to be ourselves, Ugandans, paying taxes. We get about 29 trillion from the taxes. We add on about 2.6 trillion for non-tax revenue. Then we borrow some money to add on that. How much are we going to borrow? We are going to borrow internally from the financial institutions about 8.9 trillion. And then borrow externally for projects about 9 trillion. And borrow what we call budget support, about 1 trillion, 1 point something plus some grants. Of course, all of those monies I'm saying we are borrowing, most of it have a grant element, especially the project money. About nearly 3 trillion of the 9 trillion we shall borrow in a project is grants. There is a very big grant element in this money. And a big chunk of this money is concessional money. It's going to be patient money at low cost. Government of Uganda borrows at between 0.5% to around 5% in most cases. But now a big chunk of this money is concession, 1.5% interest rate, and we pay back in between about 10 years to 50 years. Some money we shall borrow and pay 50 years. I don't know where it will be 50 years in the future. Some of this money will be there. So please, we are trying our level best to do the best for Uganda by ensuring that, first of all, we borrow for only those critical strategic investments. In Uganda, we don't borrow money to give to people to buy cars. That one we use the tax revenue and the non-tax revenue to give to them to Gandhi and the benchmark. No. The money we borrow is mainly for strategic. We are going to borrow for the standard gauge railway. We are going to borrow for some new roads to take tourists to our destination so that we can achieve that tourism development. We borrow for electricity to transmit this electricity we have generated to the people, and so on and so forth. So the financing, the minister was very clear. I don't want to bore you with that. As well as the areas we call priorities, the priorities of this budget were outlined by my minister. You remember them, there were 7 of them. Please remember the priorities. The first one is investing in the people of Uganda. In health, we want Ugandans to be healthy. And Ugandans are healthy people, by the way. What do you think? Even the broke ones, when we are broke, we don't have enough money, we are healthy. Because we eat well, we invest more in preventive health, in prevention of disease, but also by investing in our health facilities. The minister made a full accountability of what we have done this year from the budget he presented. And this is going to be the format of budgeting in Uganda. First, make accountability, and then show what we are going to do next. So priority number 1 is you, the people of Uganda, investing in you, in education, in health care, and water and the environment, because that's what makes a human being to live a decent life, first and foremost. Then number 2 priority is our wealth creation initiatives. We are going to ensure that all of those money-making activities in Uganda are well funded. That's why we are recapitalizing UDB, because we have heard that Ugandans are saying the money in commercial banks is expensive for certain activities, especially those activities which take long to bring a return, like manufacturing, like agriculture, and so on. So we are going to be capitalizing UDB, capitalizing Emyoga for the smaller people, because UDB is for big people, but they are smaller people in markets, in garages, and so on and so forth. The Emyoga have been working, and the results have started to come from these younger people, the women groups, the people in garages, and so on. Across here in Kampala, we shall continue to capitalize them. We have also Small Business Recovery Fund to ensure that those formal, small, and medium businesses which now need to grow. Originally, this fund had been created to target those small enterprises which had been affected by COVID. But the uptake was small because in Uganda, we don't formalize businesses. When banks were asking for books of accounts and somebody leaves the bank, says this money is not for us. Government lied to us because we don't keep books of accounts, we don't do this. So we are trying now to see how do we support Ugandans to access capital in those SMEs. We are also capitalizing women businesses, women-owned enterprises. We have a good grant. We are partnering with World Bank. They have given the women of Uganda a good gift of about 800 billion shillings to graduate women-owned businesses into formal enterprises. If you're a woman in a business doing something, a small trade, this is going to support you. And you will be learning more on how to access these facilities. We are also supporting the exporters, those with the manufacturing facilities that would want to export the goods in our markets in the region and beyond. We have brought also a fund of about 810 billion shillings for the invite, which is going to support exporters. It's mainly targeting exporters of manufactured goods, but to a small scale. We are also, as you know, having some money in agricultural credit facility to support farmers who want to scale their farms. You're a commercial farmer, you want to add value, you want to buy equipment for post-harvest management. This fund has been running. It's now a nearly 900 billion shilling fund managed by Bank of Uganda with the several banks. Most of these items I see in the market, they have been supported by this fund. Although sometimes we don't want to go and start announcing people's businesses, but most of the items, because I hear sometimes Ugandans, where are these funds? What are they doing? They are with you in the cup of porridge you are taking, in some nice sausages you are eating in the morning. This fund has supported those farms to add value to these items. We are also putting money now in large-scale commercial farmers. Those who have large-scale farms, you have about 500 acres and above growing cereals somewhere in Uganda for food security, for export. We have come now, government, to add our hand in supporting you. We are going to work with our government-owned banks and they pay the interest for those farmers. You get the money, you only pay back at the principal. We have already put it in that budget to pay for the interest. My team is also negotiating with the stakeholders to see how we are going to address insurance for such farmers. Because sometimes you borrow the money, you invest at such a scale, and then, you know, in Uganda we say God has brought rain. God changes his mind and the rains go and the gardens are drying up. We need to also address that. We are going to be addressed. So we have a very wide spectrum of wealth creation initiatives. I can't end the wealth creation without talking about PDM, the parish development model. That one is a game changer as far as the theme of our budget is concerned. It is targeting Ugandans who are outside the money economy. Sometimes when I'm in the rooms like these ones in air condition, some people ask, that PDM, how relevant is it? No, it's not relevant for you. It's not for you, please. The people in the air condition. This is money to support Ugandans who have never touched money to also join you in touching money by doing a productive activity in any village in Uganda. So we want to commercialize them. And that PDM, ₦1 trillion plus, is also in that budget. Therefore, we have a budget which has put together over 2.6 trillion shillings for wealth creators to create wealth for yourself and for others. We also have other objectives. As you remember, we still have electricity. We want to transmit electricity to all Ugandans because electricity is a game changer. Just imagine this room without electricity. What will happen? So we'd want every Ugandan, wherever they are, to have access, but most especially for those productive areas we call industrial parks and industrial zones and free zones and so on. But as well to reduce the cost of electricity for the producers. The budget also prioritizes road infrastructure. But this time, unlike the previous few years, much of the emphasis has been put on maintenance. We want to put more maintenance money in the budget, and it has been put there to support our infrastructure to survive in terms of the useful life we have been having with our infrastructure. We have been a bit lax on maintenance. So we are scaling down a bit on construction of new roads and put more money in maintenance, including maintenance of dry weather roads, those small roads we have in our villages. We want to maintain them. We are also looking at investing in the natural vagaries. We don't want disasters to affect people without support. So we put some money in natural disaster management. And here Dr. Arthur will be very pleased because wherever I see him, he talks about where is money for environment and where is money for disaster management. I heard your voice, took it to the policymakers, and they said, why not? Priority number 6. And also our regional and international commitments. We would want to ensure that Uganda is at peace. That's number 1. But also that Uganda moves from market access to market penetration. We would want Ugandans with the products that we can sell, especially in the regional markets, to sell them without much problem. So we have those various priorities. I wanted just to emphasize them. My minister talked about them. I will now turn to the debt. The debt of Uganda has been a major concern to many Ugandans. Number 1, I would like to inform you to re-echo the minister's voice that our debt is sustainable, will remain sustainable. We have no chance in Uganda of having unsustainable debt because we know what we are doing. To ensure this sustainability, we have put in place a number of measures which are summarized in what we call a fiscal consolidation agenda. Number 1, we are mobilizing more revenue so that we rely on revenue to do public investments and less on the borrowing. The borrowing should be reserved strictly for those big projects we can't manage. For example, the standard gauge railway. You can't find in the government us borrowing money to build a small building there for an office of IGG. All these offices you see government is building, they are your taxpayers' money. It's not for future taxpayers whom we are borrowing on their behalf, but for you. Then number 2, we are also in this coming year, we have already been doing it, but we are stepping it up, managing more government expenditure. The fiscal deficit of Uganda has reduced from a peak of 9.7% in 2020-21, now to 4.5%. We want to get that fiscal deficit. The fiscal deficit is measuring the difference between our expenditure and our revenue. We don't want expenditures to overshoot the revenue by so much. This fiscal deficit had increased because of COVID, mainly. We couldn't collect revenue because the economy was in lockdowns. So we borrowed money to provide the services, to keep Ugandans alive. All those policemen you see, and the LDUs and whoever who are chasing you to stay in your homes, they had to be looked after. And at the same time, the service provision continued in the hospitals. People were going. Children had to learn from home. Whatever challenges we had to ensure that the cargo continues to move unabated, construction sector continues, and so on. Agriculture continues to bring food to our tables. All of that required money, and yet government did not have enough revenue. So we borrowed some money to provide those things. That's how the fiscal deficit increased. But now that fiscal deficit has reduced, which shows you that we are cutting expenditure to fit in the available resource to 4.5% this fiscal year. We are projecting it to reduce further to about 3.8% in the coming year, and we get back to our normal programming. We want our fiscal deficit to be less than 3% of GDP. The third and major component of our fiscal consolidation agenda to manage debt is actually controlling borrowing. Controlling borrowing so that we don't borrow for things which are necessary or allow any institution to borrow when we could do without borrowing. And this is a job we do very, very diligently in government. Nobody in government can borrow money without the Minister of Finance signing on that document. And with the Minister of Finance signing on it, I must look at it. And to look at it, we must get His Excellency the President in writing saying that this one I've allowed you to borrow. So there is a strict control of borrowing so that we can only borrow for those things we can pay for. And talking of borrowing, my minister gave you an accountability on where this money we have borrowed has gone. The 93 trillion. Where has it gone? This money has installed electricity capacity. We can now generate nearly 2,000 megawatts of power. 10 years ago, we could only generate 595 megawatts of power. That's why you had blackouts. As I'm speaking here, electricity goes. They say electricity has gone. You remember what used to happen. Now electricity is here. It only goes when there is a challenge or when they are switching on one dam and they have those technical people for a few minutes. And even those minutes, Ugandans are very impatient. That magic we have seen happening is because we have built Karuma Dam and Isimba Dam, and also repaired our old dams in Jinja, added other mini dams all over the country. Now we have more electricity. That's your money you have borrowed. Number two, transport infrastructure has tremendously improved. We have built roads across the country. And as you know better, you are Ugandans. I don't need to preach to you. Only that as Ugandans, sometimes you are driving on the road and you are asking, but as you are listening to the radio, and the presenter is amplifying the voice of the MC. This date, I've borrowed a lot of money. And you are wondering, but this government, where has it spent all this money? That road where you are driving is one of them. As you go to Kasese, as you go to Gulu, as you go to Chisoro, as you go to Tororo, as you go, the tarmac we enjoy is partly or to a large extent this money. Senior, as you drive to Karamoja, now the roads are smoother than you have ever. You should give testimony. The only problem now we have, problematic area, is this Kampala here, where the roads are poor. They are in a poor condition, and we are going to fix them. In that very budget, by the way, we don't highlight some of those things. There is money to fix the remaining part of Kampala without money. Most of the Kampala roads now have gotten resources. They are going to work on them. It is only the contractors and these processes of government which take so long and poor public investment management, but the resources we have provided them. And we are going to whip the city council, the city authority to ensure that we build these roads. So the network now has grown to 60,133 kilometers. All of those kilometers I'm reading are tarmac now in Uganda. 10 years ago, we had only 3,121 kilometers, which were tarmac. So they have doubled. When you look at the internet, which you call national backbone, we have also borrowed some money and improved the internet. You Ugandans, we were here 10 years ago. You know what used to happen with the internet. I was teaching in MOOCs. You give a student coursework, they go to that small place there. They used to call them internet cafe. And the computer, you open it, and the thing is not opening for 30 minutes. You start hitting the computer. Now, as you click the mouse, the thing opens. That magic is not just happening. We had to invest money. And this part of that money is what we are reporting as our debt stock, which we are paying. We have also borrowed for building our schools. Most of these classrooms were built by government money, this taxpayers' money, but we have built what we call seed schools, seed secondary schools. If you're Ugandan, you know, there are over now 100 and something seed schools which have been completed. When you look at the number of classrooms now, in this year, a total of 231,238 classrooms. These are good modern classrooms now where children should learn, rising from 164,000. Piped water. We used to drink dirty water. Piped water has improved now. And also the storage capacity for irrigation has gone up. So in other words, what I'm trying to say is that we can account for the money we have borrowed. We have invested it well. I would want all of you to appreciate that. And because we have invested it well, that's why we are getting a return on this investment. We are exporting more now. And once a country exports, we earn more foreign exchange. My minister told you the foreign exchange we earned over $7 billion this year. That's why you are not feeling the paucity of dollars like in some other places. They don't have dollars. Why do we have dollars? We invested where the private sector can do business, export, and earn the dollar. So as a result of this, therefore, the economy of Uganda is more competitive and it is going to improve further. The minister told you the economy has fully recovered now because we are now back to the growth path which we need to sustain. If we could sustain just this growth we have now for the next 10 years, Uganda will be a very different place. 6% growth is very good, and yet we are not satisfied. In our 10 growth strategy, we are looking for double-digit growth, but 6% is growth which is not found in so many places. Don't take it for granted. And he told you the drivers of this growth. I want to conclude this because I don't want to bore you with a lot of repetitions of what we already know. But the big thing now is the tenfold growth. I would like Ugandans, wherever we are, let us take advantage of the government policy now. Before I joined the government, I used to tell my students and the Ugandans, I used to be in these rooms and on TV, always follow government money. When government shows you a certain direction, signals to you, please take advantage. Don't be the one to sit back or you are doing other things. Now we have told you, government, for the foreseeable future of about 10 to 15 years, emphasis is going to be on agro-industrialization. And already Ugandans, by the way, have started to take advantage of this. I was in Butambala over the weekend. I come from Butambala there. And everywhere you go, now in Butambala, people are growing coffee. They have, that Butambala of ours is not very fertile, but now the bananas are getting bigger. People of Uganda have learned to invest in wealth. Don't be the old man out, to be left out. You are only looking at problems. The problems of Uganda should not be your problem. Let the opportunities around you define you. I've always told people this. I know in life we tend to see more of the challenges, but I want to tell you, we have more opportunities now. Take advantage of these opportunities to make money. In conclusion, therefore, the budget offers the best opportunity of increased participation by all Ugandans in the economy. In particular, it offers opportunities for those who are still stuck in subsistence agriculture to join the money economy. This is going to be done through the PDM. The PDM, the PDM, the PDM, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very wonderful opportunity for Uganda. I want to bet with you, a few years to come here, you are going to be again the case study of most of these poor societies on how to transform a society. Just to get as many people involved in production. And that's what the PDM is intended to do. There are those who are saying, they will steal the money, they will not pay back, they are going to waste the money. They are wasting it in the local economy. So the macroeconomy will stay healthy as well. When somebody says somebody will drink the money, first of all, we don't encourage them to drink the money because PDM is well monitored in terms of who is taking this money. That's why some people say this man of government is not very easy to get now. They are just talking. Unlike in the past, we don't encourage people to get money when they don't know what they are going to use it for. But even those few old men now, those few people who end up drinking it, as you say in our language, they have drunk the money. They are drinking it in their villages, in the parish there, and they are boosting the local economy. The macroeconomy will stay. You see, those days when this money was hanging here in Kampala, amongst the bureaucrats and the leaders here, those who make a lot of noise against PDM, this money has been around for many years. But they were drinking it here in the Kampala and abroad. Now let them drink it. I'm not saying that's what we are saying. They are going to drink the money, but in the unlikely event that one or two of their 100 beneficiaries has become, because I saw people recording them on phone, look what this one has drunk all the money. That fellow is coming from Mama Naka. The local economy will get a multiplier effect. I come from that school of economics. The private sector, as the minister told you, the budget is a big opportunity for you to engage in a production, to engage in value addition, to engage in export. Please, Ugandans, let's start the culture of doing business for export. The economics of looking for your neighbor to buy your product is not very good economics. You are in the same village, somewhere in Nansana, you are selling it to your neighbor. Have you realized that you end up sharing the small money you have in the village? You find one old note, 10,000 is circulating around the village, rotating around. From a border guy to the one of chapati, to the other one of simsimu, to the other one. Economies grow and flourish when they export. Because when we export, we fetch the dollars and bring them home. The economy becomes larger, everybody becomes richer. So that's what the private sector would want. Those with the capacity to produce and export, government is here to support you. The youth, you were told by the minister that you need to skill. And opportunities now are there. We have skilling hubs. There's no any excuse anymore in Uganda for someone to remain in the situation they are in. You know, poverty is not ascribed. Poverty is not inherited. No, and passed on. Why America became so dominant in the world, they have what they call American dream. The American dream is simple. Every generation must be better off than their parents. Please, whoever has a child, make sure that that child is better than you in education, in income, in skills, and so on. But don't say, oh, you are my daughter, oh, my son. Yeah, come. We are going to hunt together. Hunting some wild animal. One rat, they chase it the whole day. Let that child go to school. Let that child now become a zero grazer. Instead of chasing a rat, now is grazing a pheasant. That generation now is better than the other. That's what we are talking of, the youth. Please take advantage, innovate. Now the government has provided you with a number of opportunities. Let's take advantage of them instead of treating our anger. The women and mothers, the minister told you, of course, what the budget is holding. But in particular, me, I talk on the economics part, the business part. We have a lot of opportunities for women entrepreneurs. You want to sell something, you want to do something, government has come with not only resources, but also business development services to support the women-run businesses in understanding how to make money. And also to the elderly. The elderly, government is supporting them. Who has been left out? Julius. Every Ugandan is in the budget. That's the budget which we want to see. The elderly, the people with the disability, and all other vulnerable groups, they are all included in here, in the budget. Everybody has some opportunity in there to take advantage of. I wish to thank the colleagues, the partners we've worked with. You have made this budget, Arthur and Julius, and where's Debt Network, where's Siatini, and all our colleagues. You have really made this budget by always reminding us in wherever we interact. I want to assure you one thing, government is listening, government is hearing what you are saying, and is going to implement your proposals. With that, I take the honor and the privilege which was given to me by my minister to declare officially this dialogue open, and wishing you very good deliberations.
Can we give another big round of applause to the SST as he comes to launch the citizens?
It's called here.
Huh? Yes.
Feedback. Ladies and gentlemen, by virtue of the authority which has been entrusted with me, I take the honor to launch the Citizen Feedback Platform. So that it can inform, engage, and influence all of us. I thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. PSST, for performing those functions that I've just performed. In a short while, we will be inviting a panel, sit here, and continue to dig into the budget for the financial year 2024-2025. But the PSST has agreed, has kindly agreed to take a few questions from us. So we'll allow him that opportunity, we'll allow you that opportunity to ask a few questions to him so that we can free him should he decide to leave. These are not small promises he's been making on behalf of government. He needs to work doubly hard to make sure that each one of us is in this budget. We are represented and we can see ourselves there. So let me pick a few questions. Can I have some people with microphones to pick up those comments? I am going to take strictly 4. So one is there. The second one is there. You're causing me trouble. A second one is there. Deep is here. I have some 3 ladies there, and then I'll pick one from here. That's already above 4. So let's start. We'll see how we manage this. Let me pick the first one there. Yes. Your name, which organization, and your question. Just go straight to the point.
Thank you, Charles, and good afternoon, Ugandans. My name is Amatsiko Kahunga. I come from the Inclusive Policy Dialogue. My question to PSST and basically to government and East African leaders, where is East Africa in this budget?
Thank you.
Because there are projects like standard gauge railway, electric vehicles, even things as innocent as textiles and leather, which we can economically do better at regional level. But the only ritual we have is budgets read on the same day. Kila kitu kinaishia hapo. What happens?
Thank you. We have the gentleman here, I think. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Anda Maswale. I represent DO Madiokolo. Mine is a comment. As per the district, Madiokolo is a hosting refugee district. The comment goes like this. Madiokolo has 7 primary schools, 7 government primary schools, and the enrollment of the primary schools goes like it is 93,582. Currently, we have 670 teachers. The staffing gap is 1,096. So my appeal to the minister and the PS is that we have performed poorly in the whole country. We are the second and last. We only gave only 7 first graders and 200 second graders. So our situation as the Madiokolo is worst in the whole country. Therefore, an affirmative action should be put to recruit more teachers for Madiokolo. I beg to submit.
Thank you. That's a comment, so we'll let that pass. Can I have the microphone come to DP here? DP. And then I'll come and pick 2 from there. And then he saved me because he made a comment.
I think ST is to be congratulated and the ministry for expounding on this budget. It now means that we need to refocus the discussion and take the discussion deeper as civil society. I like the idea that you're going to borrow domestically and more so from the banks. And the criticism we've always had was at the end of every year, those who are posting profits is the banks and telecommunication companies. So the economy is growing more in the banks. It looks like we are here to make the banks richer. And because when you see the abnormal profits they post at the end of the year, and because we are now, they collect from all sectors of society, they mobilize deposits. But when it comes to borrowing, they say you are not credit worthy. They only give it to the rich. But now, I like the way you're getting money from there and giving to PDM, giving to UDB to give to manufacturers, getting money from there at lower rates. Because for them, they have been taking your bonds and those bonds that government is giving, and they go and play golf. They don't go to lend to production sectors. So I think you need to be congratulated for restructuring this whole thing and bringing money from there and putting where it should be. Now the question then is, when you are restructuring, why is this budget not accompanied by certain austerity measures? Why is government still living large and with a big size of parliament, and you see what they're doing with cabinet? So I'm happy about the sirens going down and actually reduce the sirens and those with big convoys to ambulances, to fire brigades, to the presidency. Not every what do they call them? There's Dick and Harry, I don't know Harry where. So I think it's important to start to cut in those areas where leakages have been going to, so that then these reforms you're causing with also downsizing of government, if you like, particularly those wastage areas, could actually reinforce this more better. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, DP. I have ladies there, 3 ladies. I'm going to jump over the gentleman there, but let me have the ladies. There's some ladies there. Mr. PSST, if I could add to what DP was asking, what is your plan as a ministry and the government to reduce the cost of borrowing for a Julius Mukunda, for Anatha Vainomicha on their own in commercial banks? Because we were competing in the same market space. And I think to add to his point, most of the banks, I think out of 25, 21 are foreign banks. They're taking the money out of the country. So they're not attracting dollars into the economy. They're actually taking our money out. And we don't see ourselves getting located in there. If we cannot access PDM because we are in air conditioning, and yet the commercial banks are squeezing us out with crazy interest rates. Yes, let me have the ladies there.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm called Mkwase Adrian, CS Bagi Sindiro District. Thank you so much, Mr. Ramadan. My question only goes to the money you've just mentioned for women. So it will be better if at least we get the criteria how to get that money. Thank you.
Okay, that's not a question, a comment. We'll pick it up. There's some 3 ladies there, and then we'll see if I can come back here, but I first pick this hand there and that hand.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. I'm Hajat Fatuma Chomhanj from Shema District, and my question goes to the PSST. I would like to know what is the government planning to do to roads, the usual roads in the districts. Take an example of Shema. All the usual roads that we have are impassable, and it is affecting marketing of agricultural products, whereby women, orphans are engaged and they cannot access markets. For example, as of now, in Shema District, a bunch of matoke is in between 2,000 and 4,000. And we imagine a bar of soap is in between 5,000 and 6,000. How much money does this woman need to buy 2 bars of soap and sugar to support his or her family?
Thank you.
Another issue goes to the PDM. I'm looking at the challenges you're experiencing as far as PDM funds are concerned. Mr. PS, we have an issue whereby if Fatuma has lost his or her phone number, and she manages to get another contact, She cannot get the money there on and on. They have to go up to the central government to see that the challenges are rectified at the national level. Can't we have those simple challenges be worked on by the districts if you can give them the mandate to address them?
Thank you.
Thank you.
There is a lady behind you. Let me pick a hand. Yes, that lady at the last table.
Thank you very much. My name is Akanida Evelyn from MOVE's Economic Forum. And my question goes to the PSST. About the budget, we have domestic borrowing from the government contributing 8.9 billion shillings. That is the 12% of the domestic borrowing. And because the government signed the anti-homosexuality bill, we have seen the World Bank and the IMF refusing to give money to the government. That means it is going to come back to the economy to borrow, and maybe the government is applying for the bilateral commercial lenders, of which you know that the bilateral commercial lenders outside the country give loans at high interest rate. And the PSST has been saying we are going to acquire loans. Yes, we are going to acquire loans, but at how much interest rates? And when we come back to the Uganda's economy, when the government comes into domestic borrowing, it is competing with the private sector. We have been hearing the minister saying that Uganda is a basement of high private investment. When the government starts domestic borrowing, that means it is discouraging private investment because there is no money to give the private investors to invest into the country. So I'm asking the PSST to kindly explain to me how we shall counterbalance the private investment and then the government expenditure and borrowing from the domestic. Then another one is about
I'm afraid if I take many questions from one person, I deny others an opportunity to ask. I'm going to take only two questions from this side, and because I need to release him to go. So let me pick two questions from here. Whoever has a microphone there, choose two people. Keep it brief.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Bonnie Kagawa, and I'm coming from the tourism industry, but also teach at MOVE's. So I'm a good friend to the PSST. I run a safari company called Likana Safaris Uganda. Mr. PSST, my worry is on the tourism marketing of a destination called Uganda. I was in Zambia around April. Every government official, anyone coming from any good office in Zambia, when he's talking, invites everybody to visit Zambia. The same applied to those guys that were coming from Namibia. They have changed their economies using tourism. The money that you cut from the travel abroad, how I wish you tell those guys you're going to give them money next to go to China, Asia, Europe for benchmark, for research. Can they invite people, market our destination to visit Uganda?
Thank you.
Mr. PSST, we are incurring a lot of money in marketing Uganda as a destination, yet we are contributing a lot to this economy. How I wish they can go to UTB, pick the flash or a flyer with the Q mark to scan and see the destination called Uganda.
Thank you.
We are selling gorilla permits beginning in July at $800 to any foreign non-resident, seeing gorilla for 1 hour. That's a game changer. I saw it among the ATMs. We can change this economy just using tourism. $500 billion economy that PSST you're looking for, you'll see it in only 2 years if you prioritize marketing Uganda as a destination. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let me have someone there. Someone else. Pick whoever you want to pick. I'll not dictate.
Thank you so much, the PS and the entire team. One, someone talked about infrastructure development. Who has ever asked himself why we have high prices of fuel in Uganda? Have you ever asked yourself? I was in Kenya last week and I was asking people, why is your fuel prices high? And they gave me reasons. I didn't have reasons why we have high prices of fuel in Uganda. You get it? They are telling me the prices of fuel are high here because one, we have the 6-lane road transport from Nairobi to Mombasa. So the money they added on the fuel was to finance the road debt. Then from Nairobi, Mombasa to Nairobi, Busia. Here, money is being eaten by big people. So what can we do? Then the other thing, the PS talked about money to develop people in terms of adding value. But we have a case, UDB. What are the criteria to get this money? He talked about having 500 acres of land, but that is not the case we would wish to have. Why don't you just say, like in my part of Soga, people have been growing sugarcane. From 2019, we had an engagement at the office of the president. Can we help the common people growing sugarcane to have their own factory? Up to now, we have never gotten any feedback from the government. So what are we saying? Can we organize the communities who are digging small-scale agriculture to get together so that they can have this kind of money and in the not a bureaucratic process?
Do you want that included in the PSST's budget? Because we're asking about the budget.
No, it is a program because now.
Okay.
Yes.
It's a proposal you're making.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm afraid we can't take more. PSST are asking, if tourism is your number 2 pillar, 400 billion, really? Thank you.
I'm going to start with his. We have stopped that debate in Uganda of saying now you have allocated 418 billion, and that is the tourism money. Mr. Mwangusha and the entire clan and friends, the 400 is the direct investment in tourism, but tourism is a multi-sectoral business. My student there, Kagava, was one of my best students. He's an A student, that guy, by the way. He's an A student. I'm glad that now you are in the trenches of making money. We will tell you that for tourism to work, you don't only need marketing and branding and the tour travels and the hotels and the animals where they are going to watch. But you need a multitude of things. And these ones we expressed them in the budget because we carried out a clear computation. And a total of about 1.6 trillion shillings is actually going to support tourism. We are going to build a number of tourism roads. These days, why you see tourism earnings increasing, it's not by chance or by just the tour guys who think that, but a number of things have happened in the recent years. Some of those roads you call oil roads are tourism roads. When you go to Matchstone Falls, you go down to Queen Elizabeth, you now watch elephants on tarmac. I have myself, I have a photograph with a selfie with an elephant on tarmac. That improves tourism when transport is good. When you go to these tourism destinations, you need good communication. You need internet, because as you take a selfie, you want to send it to your loved ones to see how cool Uganda is. Now that internet is not in the tourism budget, but it is somewhere. When we lost two tourists in one of the points in Kasese there, with these terrorists, you know what the damage it caused. So we have to secure the tourism destinations. That money we invest in the extra security of the tourists is also part of tourism, although we shall not budget it in the program of tourism. When we build the different infrastructure supporting the hospitality industry, by the way, if we're Ugandan, and you are building a 5-star hotel, you don't pay tax. All these hotel things you do, we support you as government. We have even reached a point where we support some to get expatriates, those who are coming, to help them putting together. Because you know, everywhere is different. What we call a tacit knowledge is not transferable. Some of the knowledge required to put together a nice room for someone to sleep in a 5-star hotel requires some people to be thrown in, and we are supporting them. All of that is tourism. We are supporting tourism. So the budget, the correct number from today, because you are very important Ugandan with a voice, next year we have invested in tourism directly 418 billion, and indirectly 1.6 trillion. So you have about 2 trillion shillings to support the tourism sector. Now, I will turn to Mr. Masiko. Where is East Africa in this budget? Fantastic question. We actually, these days, we don't budget in our smaller countries. We sit at Arusha, we have 3 major meetings. A meeting of technical people sits, and they discuss on the policy framework in which we budget. Then the permanent secretaries will go and sit of all of the East African countries, 7 of them. And then the ministers of finance, they come. That's why you see these budgets, we read them on the same day at the same hour, and the messages are synchronized. They are not very far away from each other. They are similar strategy. We agree on strategy. I wanted you to know that we are budgeting together. But also we are working on a number of regional projects in ESC, regional infrastructure, regional response to climate change, our green financing aspects are now agreed on, and we are working together with our colleagues in the region, because the environment is a regional public good. If Uganda protects the environment but Kenya doesn't, you will find that Uganda actually will not benefit from its effort. We need to work together. If there is a lot of CO2 being mooted out somewhere in another neighbor or here in Uganda, then you are affecting also. So we are discussing all of that. But I know that this question of yours is deeper than these simple answers. And we shall be reflecting more on how best to have even what we call industrial policy for the region, so that we stop this tendency of sitting in our small rooms to carry out unilateral industrial policy initiatives. That's why you see we have these non-tariff barriers, because we are producing the same things, all of us, some beans with the weevils, some maize, some this and that. We want to start now discussing industrial policy at ESC. When we are adding value to certain products, we say Uganda concentrate on this, Kenya on this, Tanzania on this, and so the president has been very clear on this. Like some of us Ugandans, you know, we have been asking the president to stop certain products from coming from other countries. And he said, no, we can't do that, because it will be a punishment to Ugandans as it is to those people. And it works better that way. So I appreciate your question, and we shall dig deeper with my team so that we can now have a deep understanding on how we could deepen the ESC. Madokolo needs affirmative action. I think it was a comment. And in Uganda, we are the champions of affirmative action. We are the champions. Trust me, Madiokolo would be in trouble, deeper trouble, if it wasn't for affirmative action. We shall deepen it further so that we bring more support to those places which need this support. In those equalization grants, transitional grants, and also targeted support in different aspects. I've taken note of your appeal. Honorable David, we call Senior, thank you for the feedback. The profitability of banks, although I wouldn't want anyone to wish a business to make losses, I wish businesses to make money, but they make money reasonably. I think I've always been very clear. I've talked to bankers severally. Do I have a banker in the room? Don't score own goals. When banks keep interest rates so high, they score own goals. How? They create what we call adverse selection in economics. Only the bad risks will go for that money. People who know that at the point when they're applying for the money, they are not going to pay back. They are likely to be the ones to apply. But two, even those good ones, like Honorable Prukol, who have the good business idea, they want to pay back the money, because of the high interest rates, they engage in what we call moral hazard. They change behavior by changing business idea. You applied for the loan for poultry, but when you get the money, because of very high interest rates, you calculate the margins are not coming out. You say, why don't I try gold from Congo? Let me purchase gold from Congo. And you speculate on fake gold. You realize later that they sold you brown soil, not gold. And then the banker now has failed to get the money back. Why? Because you were trying to look for an activity which will give you higher margins to pay the bank and also to remain with some money. And this is the reason why in most cases, societies with the high interest rates have also higher non-performing loans. And it is something we are working on in Uganda by, first of all, addressing the reasons why banks charge high interest rates. They also charge high interest rates because the cost of money is high. You Ugandans, you don't want to save longer term. You put your money in current accounts and savings accounts with the ATM card. You save in the morning, you withdraw in the afternoon. And now this bank has to lend this money to a manufacturer. It becomes very difficult. We are addressing the issue of traceability of Ugandans. Ugandans, we are not very traceable a few years ago. A Ugandan disappears from you, you get into trouble. Now we are traceable. The national ID with its biometric power makes us traceable. And this is likely to reduce the overall cost. Business registration and the management is also something we are addressing. All of these factors combined with the government also reducing on borrowing domestically, which is the main concern of Mwangusha, we shall be able to reduce the lending rates. And I will come to address your concern as well. On the hostility measures, Senior, I don't want that word, hostility. It's not good economics. But also we are trying to control government spending. I think that's what you mean. We are controlling government spending, number one, by rationalizing government itself. We are rationalizing ourselves. I think you've had some debates in Parliament recently. They approved 23 agencies which are going to be rationalized. We are just waiting for His Excellency the President to assent to the law and we implement 23 of them. There are 17 others which we are returning to Parliament for discussion and approval. They had some challenges, but we are returning them. On top of that, we are rationalizing within the expenditure of government. Just before I came here, I was working on a paper. And you find that consumptive budget has gone down by nearly 42% in the last 4 years. The consumptive budget, these are activities like workshops and seminars, entertainment, things like travel abroad, things like allowances, things like fuel and so on, cars, buying cars. These things I've been talking about to them. People don't believe in what I say. Sometimes I don't know why. I am the one with the numbers. I've given you these numbers. In Uganda, we don't lie, especially in government. But someone is, no, I want to tell you, for example, in 2020-21, the total budget in those areas I've mentioned, some from allowances to the about 18 items, was 3.7 trillion shillings. In this budget, the ministers read, those items have now 2.4 trillion. We have trimmed them. The budget is bigger now, almost twice than the budget of 2020-21, but the consumptives have gone down. But still, there is wastage in the government. There is wastage in the way people have been buying vehicles and driving them, in the way people have been spending taxpayers' money. I'm so happy with media, social media, mainstream media, for helping us. And this is always what I say, that the best way to ensure public good is really to have a vibrant civil society and social media. Because, I mean media, not necessarily social media. Social media, sometimes it says a lot of wrong things. But this helps in exposing and also bringing to the attention of key policymakers certain aspects. I want to tell you, in the government, we are very busy. And also very distracted with the key. Every moment you have to take certain decisions, and it requires a lot of cost. So when you bring to attention some of these things, you help us. And I want to tell you, just to watch and see what will happen to wasters of public resources. Mwangusha, crowd out effect is on your lips. Yeah, fundamentally, government should not crowd out, both in terms of financial crowd out effect and real resource crowd out, because we need these resources to do with the private sector. That's why in government, we really manage the yield curve, what we call the yield curve, the rate at which we are borrowing this money. In a government, we don't borrow money at any cost, no. There are banks, whenever we bring our paper, you know, these papers are auctioned to the best bidder. You might find that the financial institutions are saying, we are giving you today 500 billion. 1 year bond, we shall give, or treasury bill, we shall give it to you at 12%. If we see that the yield curve is going to be skewed in such a way that it will disadvantage the market, We don't take that money. That's what we do in government. And as a result of that, if we went and looked at the yield curve, I'm sure it is in the background to the budget, which is already on our website. Look at it. You will see that it has plateaued in the last 4 years. It has plateaued and flattened, which shows you that government has taken only that money which perhaps the private sector was not taking from the banks, because the banks also have about 27 trillion shillings. Government is going to take about 8 of that. The rest, and where does government take the money? It takes it with this hand, puts it in this hand, and hands it over to the private sector. I would want us really to understand how the economy works. Government does not keep money somewhere. Government does not spend money unless it is spending it on the private sector. That's how we spend the money. I can get the money in this hand and put it in this hand and give it to UDB. And then UDB gives it to you. Put it in this hand and give it to the agricultural farms to irrigate. And then they support the private sector with the low-cost water for irrigation. So we are managing very well, and don't be worried of crowd out effect. The banks will lend you the money. They have the money to lend to you. Isinjiro, I didn't get your name. I think you were talking about how to get the money for women. This money is going to pass through different financial institutions, but the address for it is going to be PSFU, Private Sector Foundation Uganda, and Ministry of Gender. They are going to guide all of you, the country, on how to utilize these resources. Government, we don't implement, we pass through those strategic partners who can reach you very well. Shema, the UNRWA roads are impassable. We are going to fix them. Don't worry. We are going to fix them. Each district now has $1 billion shillings. In Shema, you have $1 billion shillings to fix those small roads which connect to the main road, the one which brings the Chitoche to Kampala. But where the Chitoche comes from, that impassable road is going to be worked on by the local authorities. The PDM, you are saying you have challenges and you need to sort them at a local level. Definitely. These days, you don't need even to have a lot of challenges, because this money is now almost like a mobile money. When you sit down as a parish, and the beauty with the parish model, there are no elites. These people who used to go and tell you, come here, then first go for a seminar, then they divert you. You now have the Private Sector Foundation Uganda to provide BDS, Business Development Services. And then our own team is only to support you in understanding the procedure, and also to make you accountable. Because this is a grant to your circle, but not a grant to you. To you, it is a loan. You as the last mile beneficiary, you must pay back to the circle, and so that the circle can evolve the money around. Now you'll find that we had a challenge before with the banks and other middlemen coming in. With the technology now, we said no, let all those middlemen go away. The money now comes from Treasury. Next week, I'm sending the last batch from treasury to the beneficiary. And that beneficiary is having a phone with that application called Wendy. And you can only receive it when you have registered with your circle and the circle has submitted. So the entire bank is at the parish there. I don't know why you are having any challenges with the middlemen. I will find out from you the exact challenge and feed it to our team to ensure that they sort it out if it is still happening. The MOOBS Economic Forum, I didn't get your name, but you know, I founded the MOOBS Economic Forum. Thank you very much for carrying the flag. You are saying World Bank, you have some fears. World Bank might not give money to government. Number one, World Bank is giving money to us. In that budget you are having, World Bank is funding a portfolio of more than $1 billion. $1 billion. More than 3.78 trillion shillings. World Bank funded projects in agriculture, in roads, in education, in water, both for irrigation, mainly for irrigation, and several others. So the worry of Anti-Homosexuality Act causing problems, that one we have been handling it. Leave it with us. We know better how to handle it. And I want to tell you, we are progressing very well in addressing that worry. But also you feared that we might now end up borrowing money at commercial rates. No, of course we have some commercial loans for commercial related projects, like in oil and gas. We have our hiccup. They are going to borrow some money. We have our refinery. We shall borrow money at commercial rate and so on. But and also we have some small budget support. But I want to assure you that in Uganda, we don't, as I told you already, we don't borrow money at any cost. Just this year, we canceled the borrowing which Parliament had approved of $414 million. We canceled it. We said we are not going to borrow this money. Why? Because it was expensive. The rates were high, 8%. 8%. Government does not borrow at 8%. So we said, let us fit within the resource we have. And as you can see, the year is ending in the next 2 weeks. Actually, this week and next week, the year is gone. And the sky has not fallen down because we didn't borrow $400 million. Don't worry, we don't in Uganda borrow money, which is very expensive. Kagaba, Kagaba from the classroom to tour, who's calling foreigners to visit Uganda, who's inviting them. You have a very good point. Of course, by the way, the people of Uganda are doing a very good job. Most of the foreigners think you are the most hospitable people in the world. And they love it coming to Uganda. And wherever we are out there of the country, I want to assure you, the Ugandans are doing the marketing for you. And also, we have the various embassies. Now we have supported them further. In this very budget, we have resources for 10 of them. The key 10 strategic embassies, those missions abroad. They are going to do 3 things. Market Uganda for tourism, get markets for our exports, and also market Uganda for investment, those investors. And we are signing very good KPIs with them. You don't deliver, you are not my accounting office anymore, and you refund the money. UTB is also being supported to market Uganda, brand Uganda. But also we had a conversation recently with you, the private sector, on how best we could support the marketing of Uganda. Finally, the high fuel prices, someone talked of high fuel prices. Number one, we are building the infrastructure now. We are starting our standard gauge railway. The fuel will get off the roads. We already have revamped our meter gauge railway. I think you see the railway line here is no longer the one you used to know, the one you studied in history when lions were eating the Indian coolies. The railway has been revamped. The wagons are new. People are enjoying some ride. The other day they were going to watch football in Nambole. And we are going to now work on the Gulu, Tororo Gulu. We are working on it already. We want to complete it this coming financial year. But those are stopgap measures. The big one is the SGR, which we are building. But on top of that, we are building a fuel pipeline from Kenya to Uganda. Recently, we had His Excellency, the President, was hosted with us in Kenya, and we agreed on the pipeline, which is going to run through here up to DR Congo to transport refined products. But it will be built in such a way that it can also reverse. It can take our refined products when they are ready in the future. So we hope that in the near future, the fuel prices will reduce, but also immediate, we have worked on a good deal of importing our petroleum products directly. We are removing middlemen. It's going to be like a PDM money. You remember a few years ago, whenever you could appear here, people would be on PDM money is nowhere. PDM money is being eaten by so and so. Now PDM money goes direct into the pockets of the beneficiary. No middleman. That's the same we are going to do with the fuel. Direct from the supplier in Kuwait or Saudi Arabia to Kampala. No middleman. And that will, we hope it will bring down some of the margins and the prices in the future. Therefore, and I don't want to talk about oil and gas, which is coming, our own, because in Uganda, we already escaped Dutch disease. The oil will be bonus. We are not planning on it so much. But I want to tell you that also will be good money coming as the president has already guided strictly for infrastructure development and those areas which are going to create more value for the well-being of Ugandans. So the future is bright, ladies and gentlemen. Ugandan future is bright. Just do one thing, stay alive. Don't die. Make sure that you are alive. The next few years to come, you are going to see what will happen. I thank you.
Can we do that again? Thank you. Can I just one request for the PSST? Just one request, one small request. For you to stand here, in the middle here, I invite the EDs of the two organizations that brought this, this dialogue together, together with my panelists, Ali Tagole, Angela Kasule Nambowe, Mbazira Robert, Josephat Nwabeine, please come and stand and take a photo with the PSST. Can I have the ED Oxfam also come and join? Oxfam, if you can also join, just a DP. DP should join this photo. Yes, I would wish to have. Mamtaz, please join. Yes. Budget monitoring unit of Ministry of Finance, please come and join Madam Kakande. Come and join. Okay. Apologies for whoever has missed out of the photo opportunity, but thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's give another round of applause to the PSST. Thank you very much for gracing this occasion. Thank you for sharing with us. We appreciate and don't take this for granted. Thank you for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, one, apologies. I have overshot my time badly. I apologize for that. There is tea outside there. We need to take it. But we're going to run the panel for a very short time. Specific questions, we engage 20 minutes for questions, 10 minutes for interaction with the audience, and we'll be out of here in the next 30 minutes, if you'll permit me. May I now invite the following to come and constitute our panel. Mr. Ali Tagole is Assistant Commissioner, Budget Policy and Evaluation. Please come and take a seat here. Ms. Angela Kasule Nabwowe, Executive Director at ISA. Please come and take a seat here. Mr. Mbazira Robert, Senior Tax Manager, Ernst & Young. Please come and take up a seat here. And last but not least, Mr. Josephat Nwabeine, who is Acting Director Stakeholder Engagement at OAG. Please come and take up a seat here. Okay, a few questions from me, and I'll run around the panel, ask a few questions, you provide an answer, we'll pick some feedback from the audience. Let me start, Minister of Finance. Mr. Tagole, I want to start with you. We listened to the budget presentation. Before it, we had the State of the Nation address, and the PSST has gone through that budget, I think, in quite good detail. We're still asking a question as citizens. What explains a 20 trillion jump in the budget this financial year? You moved from 52 trillion to 72 trillion. The bulk of that money is going to be financed through borrowing. What explains that? Press the microphone on your table before you speak. It turns green, then you can speak to us. Or on the stand. Yes, for you. Huh? For Mr. Tagole. Yes, please go ahead. Turn it to yourself. Press that button. Turn it green. There's a button, a small button, where you see the red, where you see the light, the flashing light. There's a button there. Press yes. Yes, now you can speak to us.
So time for answer? Yeah. Oh, right. Thank you, moderator, for the question, and our dear participants for joining us for this dialogue. As you've indicated, you said we jumped from 58 about 72.136. Majorly, there are two components in there. It was a 13 point something trillion, but one of the major components in there is to do with the Bank of Uganda redemptions. In the previous engagements, you were pointing out the high unpaid redemptions. And actually, when you are presenting the paper here on the budget, where you indicated the date being 97 trillion. Within that 97, there was a redemption of about 7.7 trillion.
Could you explain redemption to break it down?
To the ordinary person. Yes. Fine, thank you. Members, redemption, you know, when a government is financially constrained, in the event that revenues are not coming in as projected, we normally get what the ordinary banking sector refers to as advance. So we get some money from Bank of Uganda. We provide the services on the arrangement that when the revenue comes in from Uganda Revenue Authority, we reimburse. Now, but there are scenarios where you get expecting Uganda Revenue Authority to give us, but it also gets constrained. For example, this year, they have already declared a shortfall of about 1.9 trillion. You get it? So if I was banking on that 1.9, that means by 30th June, I'll be unable to pay that money to Bank of Uganda. So we sat down and agreed on a strategy. Within that money, we have a 7.7, which was converted to securities. So we are going to issue securities to Bank of Uganda. So what we budget for is only interest on those security papers. So ideally, 7.7 is not hard cash that we are going to pick from the market. We are just exchanging instruments in lieu of the overdue reimbursements to Bank of Uganda.
Let me squeeze in another quick question there.
Yes.
You just told us that Uganda Revenue Authority had a shortfall.
It is projecting a shortfall.
Yes,
for
it's
this
projecting
year
a shortfall for this financial year
of 1.9.
of almost 2 trillion shillings.
Yes, yes.
You have increased the target. I don't understand. If I'm not collecting what you told me to collect, I'm projecting I'll fall short. You're telling me collect more. Where does that money come from?
Thank you very much. You note that when you are finalizing the budget, they presented a number of tax measures to Parliament for approval. So that additional money is expected from majorly two strategies. One is improving efficiency of the revenue administration. In other words, you are blocking the leakages in the existing systems. But two, you are also improving the legal framework. And now those are the amendments that we are yet to share, I think, with the support of Siatini. Remind me the date. We're supposed to share the amendments with these stakeholders. I think it is the 26th, around 26th. So those are the sources of the additional revenue, regardless of the shortfalls that we are projecting this year. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could just turn off the microphone. Let me go to Angela. Angela, the minister on Thursday last week had a conclusion, I think, of about 13 points, where he located everybody's benefit from the budget as presented. The PSST has just done the same here to say, if you're not in this budget, tell us why you're not there, which category you belong to, so that we can locate you. But the questions that arise up around marginalized groups, are you satisfied from where you sit with the allocation to women, children, youth, and other vulnerable groups?
Thank you. When the PS was listing priorities, his number one priority was investing in people. And investing in people is health, is education, is social protection. I restrained myself from putting up my hand because I knew I was going to have a chance on the panel, and I know the proceedings of this meeting are going to be recorded and forwarded to the relevant authorities. I saw a person that is missing out of the budget, and that person was Tata Akram. Everyone here is on social media. There's a video that has been trending of Tata Akram, who went to the daughter-in-law, the business owned by the son and the daughter-in-law, and was crying for them to take them to hospital. He has recently been diagnosed with prostate, and he does not have the money to go and have that surgery because at the hospital they told him, if they can do the surgery first, they can stop that cancer. Yes, but Tata Akram is looking for support from the children. And for me, in seeing Tata Akram, I see everyone here as a potential Tata Akram, not just the vulnerable people. We are talking about the marginalized groups. Because what we are seeing is every day on our WhatsApp groups, we are on many WhatsApp groups. There is no week that passes where people are not fundraising for hospital in the country and abroad. And why are we doing that? Is because we are still falling short of investing in people. If investing in people means something. And where we are going as a country is that there are people who are not going to have children, but also we are seeing a trend where people are going to work all their lives, and at the end of the day, there is no support that is coming from government in terms of social protection. So what is in it in this budget for the people, the vulnerable? I have seen, I don't want to go into the figures that have been mentioned around the income generating portfolios that have been put aside to support household incomes. But let me just talk about education, because we know that education is also a game changer. And the World Bank, in their 2023 economic update for Uganda released in December, they mentioned that a child born in Uganda today has 38% productivity throughout the life cycle. What does that mean? It means that the education outcomes are still low. And why are they still low? Yes, when you see in the budget, we have allocated 4 billion to grant aid, 38 primary schools. And the grant aiding means that there is a community school somewhere and government is taking it over. They are going to pay salaries for teachers. That is very good. It is increasing access. They are also grant aiding schools at the secondary level, but also building seed secondary schools to be able to increase access. But still we see that there is still a big gap in what is existing. When you look at what the education sub-program was asking for, we have 200 primary schools implementing universal primary education that are really in a batch that was supposed to be given 100 billion, but that money is not available in the budget. And 40% of those primary schools are in a very bad shape. Those are the schools you see on social media. You know, when it rains, the children are going to die. Those are the schools where the poor take their children. Those are the schools where people living on islands, the marginalized, take their children. So if there is no money to renovate them, those children also lose interest because they do not, it is raining now, and when it rains, they don't go to school because it is dangerous for them. So if there is no money for such things, I think the ordinary person is left out.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll come back to you in a moment. Let me first go to Mbazira. Robert. From where you sit at Ernst & Young, how can government optimize spending of the limited resources to achieve the intended outcomes? The PSST said something that it kind of intrigued me. Said, we are not using borrowed money to buy vehicles. We're not using borrowed money to entertainment, travel, and other stuff. And I was wondering, what difference does it make if CS Bag here and Accord gave each one of us an allowance and we had some money in our pockets, and we use that to drink a beer on our way home, but then we borrow for the essentials that we need? Does it make a difference? Can the government look at its own resources to deal with the things that it needs to deal with, especially infrastructure development, those heavy investments, instead of looking and saying, no, we're comfortable, we can borrow?
Thank you, Charles. I think I'll just respond with two answers, and I'll keep it simple. One is about living within our means, which almost everyone has talked about. And I wanted to bring it at your home. Look at your incomes, look at your expenses. Government income is what they're going to get from URA and the non-tax revenue. Now, government is projecting that its revenues will grow by 7%. But it is also projecting in the budget that its expenditure is going to grow by 12.7%, around there. Now, related to your home, are you telling me that you'll be able to survive without borrowing? Probably not. So what government has got to do, first of all, it has got to be so deliberate in bringing down the expenditure. The PSST has already told us that they are deliberate means, and we do appreciate that. But there is still a window where we can bring down those expenses. And some of them are live examples. For example, we know very well that government usually, except for a few institutions, it works from Monday to Friday. But you'll find a double cabin, a pickup, on Sunday carrying sand. Already the wear and tear is going to increase. That means more maintenance costs. And that, of course, would lead to an increase in the government's budget. So government has, and the other is about, and please do not quote me because I don't want to go political. You are saying that you are rationalizing government institutions in trying to bring down the expenditure, which is really a good thing. At the same point, you are bringing in assistant RDCs. I don't know so much. I don't know who the assistant RDC would be reporting to, either the deputy, because I know already in the structure there is a deputy RDC and there is an RDC. So there is -1, but +1. So we end up moving, but not moving. But I appreciate that the fact that government is making some efforts in trying to bring down the, but here we have got to be deliberate. Look at it this way. And Julius did present to us. We know very well that the Tanzanian economy is bigger than the Ugandan economy. But doesn't it surprise you that our budget is now bigger than the Tanzanian economy? That already shows you that probably we are spending much more, yet ordinarily we need to be frugal. We need to be deliberate when it comes to government expenditure. But the other is probably around corruption, which almost everyone has talked about. Ladies and gentlemen, the IGG report puts it clearly that on a yearly basis, we lose close to 10 trillion in corruption. How much is recovered? Less than 1 trillion shillings. For your information, if your total budget is 72 trillion, 10 trillion is already more than 10%, which is close to 14%. That already shows you that we are almost losing more than 10%. But remember, in paying back interest, we are projecting to pay around 9-point-something trillion. That means that the money that we are losing in corruption would actually use it to pay interest. So I think government needs to do more. I know they've done something, but it needs to do more. And then the other is around domestic areas. And to me, this is an issue that I've had. Domestic areas, it is your relative, your friend, who has a company, partly, and is supplying to government. But government is unable to pay. That becomes an area. Now, what is in domestic areas? And when we talk about domestic areas, look at private sector. What is in domestic areas is 10 trillion, close to 10 trillion. What government has budgeted to pay is 200 billion, okay? That already, remember, when you sell to government, in your books, as a supplier, you are recognizing revenue. Come year end, come 30th June, you have got to pay taxes to the Revenue Authority. Now you supplied, you have not yet been paid, but you have 30% to pay. Already, in a way, private sector is struggling. But secondly, on the side of government, it then means that when you are dealing with me, the private sector, I'm going to double the price. Because I know you take longer to pay. But then also, to the government officials, they are put in a very hard place where negotiation becomes hard. If you're not good at making payments, negotiation becomes really hard. But then also the ripple effect to the economy is that because you delay to pay me, I'm going to employ less Ugandans. And when I employ less Ugandans, URA would get less pay and ultimately less VAT. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come back to you on that date question if I have an opportunity. But let me come to Josephat and Wavin and ask, like we have seen in your advert here for the citizen feedback platform, you are the center of ensuring fiscal discipline because you're auditing all these agencies and asking them questions on how they're spending the money. I want to know your strategies to going beyond what we just showed us here to ensure that fiscal discipline and accountability measures for effective budget implementation. The budget falls short if there is no discipline. You find all these audit queries in every audit that you do, in every institution, and you give us a report every other year, you give it to Parliament. We're asking questions here and there. Beyond that, what? Many people accuse you of doing a post-mortem. We need to save the person before they die so that you can do, we're not just relying on a post-mortem.
Thank you, Charles, and thank you, Sitzberg, for this opportunity to engage in this kind of discussion. Auditor General, usually, we are always at the back. We don't come out like this very much because our reports, we make them to Parliament. So you can see this is a step forward. So you're asking about the strategy. Actually, this is one of the strategies to engage the citizens because we have noted, you see, we undertake various types of audits. We do financial audits. Financial audits are just figures. Someone can get the money they have allocated, document it very well. I have done A, B, C, D, and the auditor, you come, the records are there, and then you tick and you issue a report. We call it unqualified report because the records and the figures are tying. Now, that's one. Two, we also do compliance audits. Compliance audits means the government, in allocating this budget, people are going to spend according to laws and regulations. You have the Public Finance Management Act, you have various acts guiding institutions, you have the laws issued by the Accountant General, Treasury Accounting Instructions, all those we check. And you can check someone has complied and you shall report because the compliance is there. Then you have not seen after the compliance what has happened. Now, we do also value for money audits, but value for money audits really, when you undertake them, they are for finding out, it's kind of a research. we have these resources, we have these policies in place, and therefore these resources which are being utilized according to these policies, the level of efficiency, are people getting what they are supposed to get, value for money? But and other audits now, having looked at all those, we have sat back and said, but actually I can inform you that for the last 24 years, I was doing audits. But when you audit and you write a report, you are very happy. It's a technical thing. It's the way technical, the way you can cook food and say this food tastes good. But if you're in a restaurant and people are not eating, it doesn't make sense. So our strategy now is to come to the citizens and ask them to participate in our audit process. The audit process involves planning, execution, reporting, and follow-up. But at the planning stage, we do a process called a shared overall risk assessment. The shared overall risk assessment, we collect the views from the stakeholders, parliament, the media, civil society organizations, CSOs who have been engaging you to tell us how you see the work we are doing. And now we are going a step further because we know the audits we do and this budget you have. That's why the PS is saying, if you are not in this budget, tell me. Because the citizens of Uganda must be included in this budget. So when we are undertaking the auditors, so we want to undertake a citizens-driven audit. So that's the strategy really to ensure that the budget which has been allocated, the citizen has received what was allocated in that budget.
Is this the plan around the CFP?
Yes, this is the biggest strategy because the CFP will reach out to anyone who has an issue, to bring it to the attention of the Auditor General. Now, these issues which come through the citizens feedback platform may be audit issues, may be non-audit issues. Because you see, the level of awareness in terms of the society, what the Auditor General does may not be very clear. We have received issues where someone says, my cows were stolen and all that. Maybe it's a police case, but it comes to Auditor General. But we shall pick all those issues and receive them. And I'll inform you that we have, at the national level, we have interagency forum. So don't say, when I receive an issue, it's not an audit issue, it will die. No. So our collaboration with our other sister bodies, sister agencies, we shall be able to bring the attention of IGG, PPDA, police. But we think this platform will help the Auditor General to go a step further to answer questions that are being raised by the citizens. Because when we audit, then, I mean, it has been an outcry. I hear it a lot, even in civil society organizations. The Auditor General has issued a report, but we see this happening. Or this place was audited, but how was it audited? Where is the Auditor General? But now when you tell us in advance, then when we are undertaking the audit, we incorporate in our plan so that when we are reporting to Parliament, because it's Parliament which receives our report, take action, all those issues will be captured and can be reported on, and we hope it will improve really the way resources are utilized by the implementers.
Thank you very much. I'll take a few comments or questions from the audience. Quick ones. Yes, sir. Please keep it straight and simple. Then I'll come to you, sir. Can I have someone bring a microphone around here, please? I need at least 2 people with microphones to help. Thank you. Keep it straight, simple, and indicate who you want to ask or to respond to you. Can you help get this thing to work?
Oh, it works. I am Patrick Katabazi from the Center for Budget and Tax Policy. My question goes to Ministry of Finance. we were told, and this was in the place, and also this is what the ST has been saying, about indiscipline within the budgeting processes at Parliament, where it is believed that about 750 billion was cut from the budget for treasury operations. And my question is, how are you going to implement the budget in light of that development? But also number two, how are you going to ensure going forward that that indiscipline does not happen in parliamentary processes? Because we know that Ministry of Finance does take a very key role in the budgeting processes, and would rather be at the forefront of negotiation rather than allowing some of these things to pass. The last one is a comment on to Angela. Thank you very much for highlighting the issue of social protection. It is very important for the development of this country, but we also want to highlight the fact that the vulnerable people of this country actually get affected by these budgets that we are talking about. The budget has shot up to 72 trillion, but the particular budget lines for persons who are vulnerable has a steady decline. A few examples: older persons under SAGE, the budget was 121 billion for this current financial year. Next financial year, it was cut by 20 billion, it is 100. For persons with disabilities, budget of 15, they got 8 billion. The older person, the money for investments for older persons, which was 5 billion, now it is going to be 3 billion. That's an example how our budgets are also equally vulnerable, even when our budgets are going up. It is something that I think Minister of Finance needs to fix. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I have the gentleman behind you? Yes, I'll come to you, sir.
Thank you so much, the panelists. My name is George Oto, and from Pader District. I have one question and one comment. The first question is about the category of people who are not inclusive, are not mentioned in the budget. For example, the category in the age bracket above 30 years and below 60. These are also productive people, but I also feel that they should have also been allocated some resources. If we look at the mental health problems in this country, which stands at 14 million people, that's about 30% of the population of the country. Most of the people who are affected falls actually under this category. People committing suicide and so on and so forth. They fall under that category of people. My comment is about the people to participate in this kind of event. It is good we have the OAG. This is an accountability institution, but it would also be good to have the Inspectorate of Government, the OPM, and then PPDA. These are the accountability institutions that could also give another insights about accountability. They also perform audits. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentleman there.
Okay. Thank you very much, moderator. I'm called Edward Natamba, and I come from Tungamo. I'm a CS back champion. My concern, actually my question goes to Minister of Finance. Because I've participated in some regional budget conferences where local government leaders are complaining. And to me, I think even if we dash a lot of money or we put a lot of money in the budgets and we don't handle that component of implementation, it becomes a challenge. Why is it that there is a problem of these projects that are awarded from central government? In Ntungamo, we have a road that has been stale for over 5 years. Use-made program on use-made program. The road is like 1.5 kilometers in town. It has never been finished. And it becomes a challenge, which means that even the money that we allocate to do such roads, sometimes they are misused. Two, We have issue of water. Right now in Ntungamo, actually when I'm talking, let me use even municipality, because when I talk of Rohama, where my elder brother Josephat comes from, you may think it is very far. In Ntungamo, actually we have 23 villages in the municipality, but most of them, they don't have piped water. Now I keep on wondering, are these parastatal bodies like National Water working? What is the challenge? Because now each jerrycan now is at 1,000 shillings in Ntungamo. So how will this really budget of 72 trillion translate to help this local person who doesn't have water? For transformers in municipality 8 years down on the road, they are not functional. Should we expect much compared to other budgets that have been read other previous years? Thank you so much.
I really hope you're talking about Ntungamo, because I think you guys vote wisely. So, and those questions are supposed to go to the
that is
elected
another
leaders.
topic, moderator, to be discussed.
Let me bring the discussion back here. Ntungamo should be a privileged area in this country. But let's bring the discussion back here and have answers to those questions. So, Ali, we're starting with you. Most of the questions are to you.
Okay, thank you, moderator, and the discussants for the questions. Yes, I will start with the Peter, no, John, Padel. The question is, how does the budget cater for the age bracket 30 to 60 years? Actually, these are economically active people. And all of the programs that we are talking about are looking at this category here. What only differs is under which social class do you fall? Like you had the PST saying, PDM is not for us here. It is for the 1 inch here. Now those 1 inch there are falling in one of these brackets. I was looking at UWEP. UWEP was saying that the women that qualify for that grant must be aged 18 to 79 years. UWEP, Uganda Women Empowerment Project. We have GROW, still targeting the women. I think that one doesn't have age restriction. It only has restrictions on the enterprises. When I talk about Invite, which they said is going to support people who are adding value to our agro products and then export, doesn't have age bracket. So ideally what we need to do is to establish what is required for that person to benefit, then we prepare them. That's why in collaboration with the private sector foundation, we have organized a dialogue, this kind of dialogue, to share the guidelines on how to use or to access most of those grants. We are going to invite Uganda Development Bank, which has some money for value addition. We are going to invite Ministry of Gender. It has about 3 grants, which it is managing, YLP UWEP, and then Youth Venture Capital. We are going to invite Microfinance Support Center. It has some money in there, including a Myoga, so that they tell the people what they have, how they should prepare for them, so that they prepare and benefit. So ideally, the budget caters for this bracket. The only gap is preparedness. And for us to ensure they are well prepared is to avail them with information. And that's what these partners are helping us to do, to share the relevant information with all the beneficiaries so that they adequately prepare to seize the opportunities in the budget. The next question was on I had moved backwards when I was looking for UWEP. The next question was on from Edward about why some of the central government, centrally awarded projects delay. Majorly, you know, that challenge was pointed out by in the paper by CS Bag, the first bottleneck is right of way. Right of way is a very serious concern, and even it has affected even the greater Kampala project. Initially, it appeared as if it was not going to be a thorn in the shoe, but as of now, we observe that yes, somebody may have given me free access, but when I excavate the reserve where somebody maybe has put pavements or pavers, after doing whatever I want to do, I have to redo, which is a cost. So one is right of way. Two is, let me tell you, one of the major challenges we have, doctoring documents. A contractor, you know, when we are awarding these contracts, we ask somebody to present evidence that you are financially stable. And they will present, but some of them give us doctored statements which paint a rosy picture of the financial well-being. Then, but the law is saying, when I get the contract, I pay you 30%. We normally call it advance. Now you give him the 30%. He starts to implement on assumption that after that takeoff, he'll pick from the reserve. I only wait for certificates. Now majority fail to access credit. Their credit worthiness has been dented that they can't run to the bank. So they end up missing the timelines that we give them. The other one is on procurement issues. There are normally delays, yes, we appreciate. But then we endeavor to, like for Wismid in particular, in the previous years, we used to delay to revote. That happened some time back. But this time around, we prioritized all unspent balances for those grants. U-Gift, Wismid, Dr. Deep, to mention but a few, under the 3%. So by Q1, that money was there. So please follow up. The money that was unspent by 30th June last year was revoted by July. Those people have the money. It was covered within the 3%. So follow up with the leaders and ensure that the contractors are doing what they are expected of. The other concern was on the water coverage. The water coverage, yes, we note your outcry. You have 23 villages with no piped water. We shall escalate to the agencies. But there's one prayer that we need to share amongst ourselves. You know, the timing is the major concern. When we invite you for these regional consultative meetings, please escalate some of these issues, bring them out, because right now I can only capture it as a priority for 25, 26. So whenever we invite you for these planning meetings, and we are starting September, please endeavor to lobby through your leaders so that they push this priority through the processes and we have them taken care of. Somebody asked about the budget that was tampered with. How are we going to implement it? The budget which was tampered with. Discussions are underway with the HE, the president, on how to go about that. Ideally, what the law requires is that if Parliament has a priority that it feels should be prioritized, it has to go back to the HE, present, they agree. If he says okay, then it comes back into the budget. But where they don't go back, then we engage. Once he consents, if he says okay, leave the reallocation to move as they are, then we have to also agree on how to bridge the gap. So discussions are underway, and rest assured that will be handled. There was a concern on the reduction, I think, on the budget for SAGE, PWDs, and the older persons. Yes, we had provided money for those categories. You know, under this program-based approach to planning and budgeting, we have a program called community mobilization. Then we have a program called human capital development. Now, all of these categories, the budget for these categories fall under human capital. However, when the legislators saw this budget under human capital, they assumed it was a duplication because they believed that budget should have been under community mobilization. So they reallocated that money to other areas. So, but don't you worry, the money for SAGE, the PWDs, and the older persons shall be provided during execution. What measures to stop the indiscipline? Dear participants and the moderator, effective this financial year, you know what the gap has been? We've never had prior engagements with the three arms of government before the budgeting process. But effective this financial year, the three arms of government, that is judiciary, executive, and legislature, are required to convene strategic planning meetings so that everybody airs out what he or she feels should be prioritized in the budget so that we move together. The challenge that has been there was we would start the consultative processes, but we don't effectively engage these three parties. Now they come in at the tail end, and by the time we reach at the budget estimate level, most of the resources have been committed. So the only source of funding is repurposing. So moving forward, there shall be a strategic engagement with the three: Parliament, Executive, Judiciary, to pick their priorities so that as we are moving through the budget process, all of those things are taken care of. Nonetheless,
will that end
the district,
no,
the
no.
repurposing?
Will that end your appetite for supplementary budgeting? Because we expect that as soon as now that the budget has been read, begins implementation next month, within a week you will be making supplementary applications.
Okay. It may not end supplementary allocations, but it may end the components of that supplement, some components of that supplementary. Because remember, the supplementary is provided for unforeseen and avoidable. But there are circumstances where you find components which don't meet those two parameters. So ideally, this engagement is going to minimize the foreseeables in the budget. And then we shall only handle the unforeseen.
Thank you.
And unavoidable.
Thank you. Let me run around the panel. Each one of you, I'll give you a minute. You had, Angela, you have specific questions to comments to respond to. I'm interested, Auditor General, in the 10 trillion, the money lost to corruption. And then,
Charles, before Auditor General comes in, I wanted to say something.
Yes, I'm coming to you first, then I'll come to Auditor General and end with Robert. I'm giving each one of you 1 minute, so I'm starting with you.
I think I feel marginalized.
Huh?
I just feel marginalized. I don't know whether
I can't avoid it because the time is doing me
Okay,
bad, please.
I think for me, the most important thing is that when Julius was presenting here, he mentioned something about budgeting for corruption. And what Auditor General is dealing with is like the normal corruption. But we have a very big problem around legalized corruption. We are making corruption legal, and that is what Parliament is doing, and other agencies are copying. And when we have, example is the emoluments, where you're having someone in different positions and they are picking from the consolidated fund that money, and because it is legal, everyone is saying it is okay. And for me, that layer is something that we need to tackle, because we even have people who are picking emoluments, but now they are made presidential advisors. And why I'm bringing this up is that what is the impact of that? The impact of that is that services are not going to reach to the marginalized and the most vulnerable. And when that is the status quo, you're also going to have apathy in tax collection, because you're talking about widening the tax base. But how are people going to give you money when they are seeing that your expenditure does not make sense? Because what we need to understand is that when something is legal, is that reasonable law?
it doesn't make it right. So I think we need to go back and change some of these laws around emoluments and how people can pick money from the consolidated fund. And because it is in the law, we have been changing laws and we can still change laws. We have even tampered with the constitution. I think that has to change if we are serious around cutting down government expenditure. When you look at the whole budget, the money that is allocated to health, education, social protection combined it can't even match what is you're paying in debt servicing. And what is the impact of that? It is the lowest person that is going to suffer. So for me, I think we need to change the terms of engagement, but we need to engage in some kind, we need to put pressure on government to do some kind of legal reform to be able to change, especially that law where, this one person is picking money from the consolidated fund, different pots. It doesn't make sense at all, and people are not going to be happy paying taxes. It is very wrong, and we need to change it. That law has to change. Otherwise, we are sitting here, people have to borrow. In Uganda, 30% of the population borrows to pay school fees. Is that right that people are borrowing to pay school fees? But also UBOS has told us that 6 out of 10 persons that drop out of school is because of tuition, because of the limited investment in education. People cannot afford, so private actors have to come in, and when they come in, their first thing is about profit. But are you going to leave education to private actors? No, they can exist, but government has that responsibility. And this is going to drive inequality. As long as the investment in education is limited, it is going to drive inequality. And those children who are falling through the cracks will never catch up to their peers in the life cycle. I think that is very important.
Thank you very much. Auditor General.
Auditor, I have some feedback to share.
Yes, let me just pick from the Auditor General, Mr. Mbazira there.
What's the question again? Charles, what's the question again?
There was a question about the money we lose, the 10 trillion that the IG has captured as money we lose to corruption, and how you're able to capture it.
I think you are referring to money recovered by the IGG.
No, the IGG's report has said that we lose about 10 trillion.
The loss?
Yes, the loss, and we only recover about 1 trillion. I think one of the gentlemen who asked the question raised that.
Yes, the loss due to corruption is, I think it's real. And for us, the audit processes, we have, in audit, we have what we call, the biggest challenge we have in doing our audits is collusion. When people collude to be architects of corruption, and they hide until they come out, at times even the audit process may not be able to find out that there is that extent. So there is collusion, and that's why we are coming out to everyone, open our eyes, because it is not a one person's fight. The fight against corruption actually is for everyone. That's what has been said. So it's about opening our eyes. Auditing can audit and fail to detect that loss. That one I can tell you, because people have colluded. You have heard of the collusion beginning from the budget up to the spending. Now, it may come out that way until it comes out in another way. The audit process can fail to detect that loss. And but we rely on, again, information from people like you, because that's why we are coming out to you to say, please, where we have failed, can you support us? Because these things are done, when you go to these ministries and these agencies, where those losses are occurring, there are people who know, but they don't want to say. So when you come as the auditor, they leave you. They sit in the corner and watch. Now, definitely have discovered a lot of losses, financial. If we give you our reports, I think I've discovered, I think last financial we had about 50 something billion we reported. But people sit and wait for you to discover. So that's why I'm coming to say, don't wait to see, is this man with his procedures, will he discover everything? And you sit back and watch.
Is that an indication of acceptance of corruption as normal? Is it an indication of lack of trust in the institutions that are supposed to fight corruption?
Not really, not lack of trust as such, but we are saying that corruption, where people have colluded to become corrupt, it becomes a challenge even to an institution that is fighting corruption, because there is that kind of, people have worked on a mechanism that will make you fail. That's why you see, even in security, we have security everywhere, but where people have hatched the process to evade, go and steal, go and kill, they do it. Nobody is interested in loss of human life. I'm sure they are there to protect, but because people have gone beyond what you think they can do.
Thank you. Robert, you have a quick comment and then Ali will close.
Thank you, Charles. I think my closing part would be the solution that we need to come up with as Uganda is basically to increase our revenue collections. Because when you look at our budget, it is funded in 3 ways. 1, money that government would have earned. 2, Buyambi grant. 3, borrowing. Already, every Ugandan is almost complaining that the cost of servicing the debt is so high. But then also, we have had, and we know the implication of domestic borrowing. That means that the only function that we can significantly control and touch is revenue mobilization. Already when you look at the statistics, it shows you that Uganda, tax to GDP, so to say, out of the money that everyone in this room has, every Ugandan, from either a good or service, that is GDP. Out of 100, URA takes 13.6. But when you look at Kenya, they're taking over 18%. And when you look at Tanzania, it's over 15%. That is a very small percentage. But now, in determining to say that that the debt is sustainable, government looks at GDP. GDP is money in everyone's pocket here. It is not government money. To say we still have some headroom. My view would be we need to actually focus more on the incomes, because, Charles, when you borrow, you use your income to repay. Now, when you look at, allow me just to analyze for you. URA expects to collect 32 trillion. Out of 32, Minister of Finance says we shall use 28 to fund the expenditure. Okay? That means that you are left with 4. You're going to pay interest of 9. Okay? The question is, how are you going to pay that interest? Partly, you will use the 4, which is the balance. But remember, we said in the equation, you beg for Buyambi or you borrow. That means that the other 5, you have got to look for an option to fund it. Okay? Which means that we shall continue being in that cycle. Which means that the ultimate solution is to increase the revenue. How? Increase the base. In increasing the base, I like something which Kenya has introduced in their budget this year. And that is around their advanced pricing agreements. Someone did comment about commercial banks, most of them being foreign, which is right. And actually, it was you, Charles. But when you look at these multinationals, what they basically do is to erode the base through management fees, IT, among other things. Now, with advance pricing agreements, you basically go into negotiate to agree with them in advance to say, we either agree to that percentage or not. Two things are happening. One, you're going to reduce on the fatigue that these companies go through in terms of audits. But then also number two, there is assured revenue. Government also needs to go for the low-hanging fruits. Let me end with this. I imagine I'm over-talking.
Thank you.
What I'm ending with, Charles, is around picking the low-hanging fruits. Members, just imagine how many border borders are in this economy. All those border borders have number plates for which URA knows the owners. Do the owners of those border borders, leave alone the riders, do the owners pay tax? Go to the taxis. There is advance tax in the law. Do they, each seat is supposed to go for 20K. Each seat has advance tax. So that actually shows you that we have so much in hanging fruits that we need to pick. Thank you, Charles. Thank you.
I won't go into that debate because I know a little bit, one or two things about the border sector, which we'll not go into now. I'm not sure they need to be paying that 700,000 for a new number plate. You'll chase all those guys out of business here, and they are selling off their pieces of land to buy the borders. Ali, you have the last word. I'll give you 30 seconds.
Thank you, moderator. My co-panelists and the audience. I just have a few things to throw more lights on. Number one is his last submission on us ensuring that we increase domestic revenue. Actually, you heard the PS talk about the tenfold. The major argument around that strategy is exactly what you are talking about. Because if you've listened to the president, he has always said, Uganda Revenue Authority, I don't believe you have maximized the potential. There is a lot that we need to be done. That's why he said, I want you to come up with a strategy which can see us in the next 10 or 15 years having a GDP of 550 billion USD. And all what is looking at is increasing the denominator for the revenue, because revenue is a percentage of GDP. So that's the purpose of the tenfold agenda majorly, so that we stop to depend on externally borrowed resources. Two, one of our discussant raised the issue, actually he was the same person who raised the issue of domestic arrears. Dear participants, the major omission that has been facing this area in terms of the planning was planning for arrears as secondary expenditure need. But when you were designing the NDP4 medium-term expenditure framework, arrears were given a first call. In other words, if we have 10 billion for a given year, what we want to first pluck out of that 10 is the obligation for arrears, so that whatever we are disputing is less that component. Now, what the practice has been, you first give out, then the calito which remains, you say, okay, let me put the 200. But come NDP4 period, the framework which we have designed first pulls out arrears, pulls out the wage, so you get only what is rather enough to do new things. Otherwise, we accept that this time around, there has been an omission that they have been coming in as secondary needs. But moving forward, there will be primary expenditure needs.
Thank you.
There was an issue of the Tata, Tata who?
Tata Akram.
Tata Akram. Yes, government is cognizant of that. And in so doing, we have planned to establish regional cancer centers.
Have you seen the video?
Yes.
Have you seen the Tata Akram video?
Later, I have not seen the video.
Angela should share it with you.
Yes, you share, and then we.
Thank you.
We are planning for regional cancer centers, and right now negotiations are underway for two: one in northern and another in eastern Uganda.
Okay.
And
thank you very much.
Services will be at affordable rates.
Thank you very much. Can you join me to thank our panelists? Can I thank all of you for your patience, and then we close this. We've really overshot our time. Let me request Dr. Arthur Bainomidshah to come and make some closing remarks, and then invite Francis Odokorach, and we close this. Thank you very much, Angela. Thank you very much. Robert, thank you very much. Josephat, and thank you very much, Ali. Thank you.
Another round of applause to our panelists. I know you are tired, but we can do better. Another round of applause to Mr. Charles Wangusia Mpaji. Thank you for keeping us well and lively. Ladies and gentlemen, my job is simple. I can see your faces very tired, but you are the vanguard of this nation. Those who have believed are the vanguard of this nation, ready to move and turn this country around. So clap for yourselves. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to stand in the way. My job was to do a wrap up. I don't have much time. It has been very clear here. I hope we have a rapporteur. We have a rapporteur. Richard, can you stand up? Richard Ayesiga. Yes, Richard Ayesiga has been capturing all the discussions. The wrap up would have been the recommendations. They have been done. But I think in the summary, we must raise money to fund our own budget. As a country, we cannot be a nation state if we can't fund ourselves. So we have to raise money, local resource mobilization. We cannot depend on donor aid, on foreign aid as a right. Thank you very much. So it is now my single honor and privilege, ladies and gentlemen, to invite Mr. Francis Shante Odrak, the country director, Oxfam, who has been here attentively listening to us, who actually has also made it possible to contribute to the organizing of this meeting, to come and close our meeting. You are welcome, Francis.
Thank you very much. Know that doctor, from where he's coming from, he does not eat kalo and the other thing. So unless you can eat konkal, you cannot pronounce odokorach. And the odokorach actually means things have become bad. Now, don't ask me what had really gone wrong, because I think what has happened here just today has been profoundly successful. And my job here is just to extend a few words of appreciation to all of us that are here. But before I would do that, I think it's very important that I just mentioned 2-3 things. One, for us as Oxfam, our main interest is really in Uganda is to ensure we can address the issues of inequality and injustice. And there is no better way in which we can engage and transform the economy of this country to make it inclusive and accountable. And I'm using the words of the PSST that has said that this budget of this year is inclusive and it is accountable. So this is one of the ways in which we can contribute more positively to the transformation of this economy. And I am hoping that Tata Akram and all the rest will be addressed through those budgeting processes. We're very glad to continue to partner with national, local, and other international organizations in Uganda. And we are so proud, to always work with the organizations such as Accord and CSBAG, Siatini, Center for Budget and Tax, and many others that we have been always engaging to ensure that the citizens who are really the backbone of this economy can also engage in these processes. I have learned so many things today,
And one of those that I've learned from the permanent secretary is that we should stop talking about problem statement first. We need to talk about solution statements and opportunities. And I'm thinking that he's almost forgetting and moving towards, for us who are in the community development and many other things, forgetting the economics are moving. So I think there's a lot of it that can work and we can all work together. So I'm really pleased to hear that. I've also heard that there's a lot of progress that is happening in this country. There's a lot of transformation. The power issues is very important. I'm not talking about the other powers. I'm talking about the powers that happens in terms of how we can hold each other to account and also accept to be held to account. And that citizens can engage in the budget process, monitor and engage the leaders so that we can learn some of the ways in which people are using our resources. I completely agree with you, Dr. Arthur, that unless we can domestically resource our budget, it is very unlikely that we can reach and remain in the promised land. You can reach there and come back very quickly. So to do that, you need all the citizens to engage. And there was also a question like, how can we all engage and take part in this budget? Does it also include me? Mr. Julius Mukunda, it was very clear that Emyoga and all the other, kind of things does not, the PDM and all the others are not for you. So you are already sorted, but for the other people, which is very important. And I'm hoping that that will be the way to go. I will just take a few appreciation and you just give me 2 minutes. I want to extend my deepest appreciation to the PSST, Ramadan Gobi, because of the engagement he has given us. We know that he's such a very busy man, but the amount of hours he has given us, I am thinking he's going to work until midnight or past midnight because he has overshot his time. But for us in the civil society, we are again consoled that he has not forgotten us and that he has recognized the role that we can play in ensuring that we can have such an inclusive and transformative budgets that can help the economies, especially in the global south, to also catch up and be able to address the issues that we normally grapple with. Also, in a very special way, allow me to use this opportunity to extend deep appreciation to all the panel members. Let's give them a big round of applause. In a special way, let me appreciate Angela, because without her, I think I would not have been very pleased with our colleagues that have organized this function, because for us, we are feminists. And if we don't have the voices, but I can assure you, even if she was alone, her voice was very clear. I want to also appreciate all the government ministries and agencies that were represented here and those that were not here. Thank you so much for continuing to partner with us, because without you, we cannot have any impact. On our own is not possible. We are only supplementing or contributing towards what actually the government has to do. But because this is our country and that's the place that we call home, we have to do it because it's also a global village that we are living in. And therefore, it's very important. Now, allow me to take this opportunity to extend the appreciation to all the civil society actors that are here. I have heard that several people have traveled from far and wide up in Lamore and many other places, in Tungamo and other places. Thank you so much for coming here and being with us. It means a lot. And I know that the leaders in the civil society sectors, I can't mention all the names. Julius, you've always been, the voice around Arthur and all the others. And also I'm not forgetting Honorable David Pulkol. I know you're still there. I know you from way back when I was still much younger, and you are still younger as well. We are progressing, I'll not catch you, but we'll keep going. And I know that the role that you continue to play, we cannot appreciate enough. And to all the leaders in the civil societies that are here. Also the private sectors, because this economy, without the private sectors who are responsive and responsible and accountable, it is very difficult. And the active citizens that have been here, the media, thank you so much. And I hope that that has gone out far and wide. I'm not going to forget two other people. Charles, you are a media person, but every time we have this kind of engagement, you've been there for us. Guys, let's give him a big round of applause. And finally, the organizers of this event. Some of them are seated right there behind and everywhere. Thank you so much for making this so successful, and to all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the organizers and on the behalf of all the people who have contributed and of all the participants to declare this meeting closed until the next time when we engage. But remember one thing, before you clap, remember one thing: engage, engage, and engage. Thank you so much.